believe I'm going to take this opportunity to first of all thank NDSU for hosting us last night and again today, and we'll probably bring that up again when we start the real meeting. I think we will have roll call.
Board Chair Diedrich.
Here.
Dr. Jelmstead.
Here.
Dr. Melliker.
Here.
Mr. Schacht.
Shaft is here.
Ms. Nesset.
Here.
Mr. Morton.
Here.
Dr. Murphy.
Here.
Mr. McEwen.
Here.
Ms. Reichert.
Here.
Ms. Halford.
Here. All right, thank you. All right, well, we have a special guest here today. We have Dr. Tom Meredith. He's been working with us as a consultant through AGB. Welcome, and I think I'm just going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Is that on? Testing? Up. Keep going. There we go. All right. Well, thank you for inviting me back and to spend a few moments with you talking about a couple of different things that as a result of some work that you've been doing. Mention a couple of things at the beginning. One, it's really cold up here. When I saw 7 degrees, I thought, I haven't seen that in a little while, but to make you feel, know that it's not a total surprise to me, it was 19 a couple of days ago in Oxford, but it'll be 68 Sunday. So I'm trying to adjust here to this great swing in temperature. I want to mention a couple of things to you. I think you've seen this magazine so far. It's called Trusteeship, which you receive in the mail as a member of the board. And I have an article in the back of that that's pertinent to, and I think it's been distributed to the board, on how effective systems operate, sort of a checklist that you might find interesting, and I'd be glad to answer any questions that you might have about that article. The second thing to mention to you is a year-long group of folks got together through the initiation of AGB, Association of Governing Boards, for whom I'm working. And it's a task force led by the governor of Tennessee, Phil Bredesen, who was a big education governor. And they came out with a report titled Consequential Boards. And I'm going to leave a copy here. I brought one copy for you, Madam Chair, and you may want to see about getting copies for others as well. But it's, I'm going to talk about it for just a moment before we get started. But it's a good report, and it's had a pretty distinguished panel that served on this group that put this together, but it goes through the things that are really important if you're going to be a consequential board. I was kind of intrigued by that title when I first saw it, but it speaks volumes about what good boards do and what you have to do to make a difference to be consequential. Well, let's get started. Here are 6 basic points on the consequential. For you all, some of you can see it on that side. It's going to be behind you on the screen. Consequential governance focuses on accountability and fiduciary principles. Board structure should facilitate a focus on things that matter. We've talked about that. Strategy over reports, future over past. The board leads in advocacy for higher education and the value proposition. The value proposition means what's higher education's value to the state? What's higher education's value to the citizens and the students and even to the nation? But it's the value of higher education. And I would say, and I'll talk a little bit more about this in a little bit, but we do a terrible job in higher education nationally telling our story. Very few people know anything except what they read in the paper, and we don't put much in the paper about the great things that higher education is doing and the service that it provides and so on. Board presidential leadership and institutional governance, and then defending the board's independence. What we've seen in a number of places across the country are people that are in mostly political offices, not always, who feel like they have the right to interfere with the board's work and direct the board's work. And so it's up to a board to protect that independence. This is kind of small, but I'm going to go through it with you. Consequential boards improve value in their system and institutions and lead a restoration of public trust in higher ed. I don't think many of these are going to need much comment. They add value to system and institutional leadership and decision-making by focusing on their role as fiduciaries. They ensure the long-term sustainability of their institutions by addressing the imperative to deliver high-quality education at a lower cost. They improve shared governance and relations with faculty and attend to leadership development for the chancellor, presidents, and faculty. Typically a chancellor is going to lead that in a system for the system, and particularly for the system leadership, the campus leadership. And then the presidents have to lead that development for their campuses. I would tell you across the country that's usually not done very well, or if at all. And it's something that needs to take place, and it needs to be driven by a board to make sure that it's done. Improve board capacity and functionality with a focus on qualifications of board members, orientation, composition, and removal of board members for cause. And what that's, the big message there is that you've got to have good people on boards. And it's up to boards to do as much as they possibly can within the limitations under which you operate. You don't appoint board members, but it's important to make sure that those who do appoint board members are fully aware of what you need and what qualifications are there. And if you have a really bad board member, depending on the laws in each particular state, what they're saying is you ought to find a way to get rid of them if you've got a really bad board member. Focus time on issues of greatest consequence, reducing time spent reviewing routine reports and redirecting attention to strategic issues. And of course, we talked an awful lot about that at the retreat. Hold themselves accountable for their own performance, upholding the same behaviors and performance they expect from others in their institution. And of course, you've been through a self-assessment that we're going to talk about here in a little bit, so you're evaluating your own performance, how you see things and how you want to operate. So you're on the right track with that. Trustees as fiduciaries. Fiduciary is, usually is thought of in conversations I've noticed just talking about money, but it goes far beyond money. As one who owes some assets in trust for another and is charged to act beneficially on behalf of the others in managing that asset. An asset ranges from dollars to buildings to human resources to the whole thing. You're the one that has the trust of the people in looking at that. The assets, the system, college, university you govern, including mission and identity, property, human resources, and educational product. And who do you do that for? Founders and sponsors, students and families, donors, alumni, and the list goes on and on. This report came out with several fiduciary duties. Mention those quickly to you. Duty of care, act in good faith for best interest of the institution. And boy, that gets lost a lot as I go around the country working with boards. The first order of business is in the best interest of the institution, which means in the best interest of the students, the faculty, and the staff, and then the public. They act reasonably, competently, and prudently. The duty of loyalty, you put interest of the institution above all else. No personal interest, no individual interest outside. Do not act from self-interest, no self-dealing. Make sure there's no conflict of loyalty. And the duty of obedience is obligation to advance the mission. And that's why it's important for boards to understand you have a mission. You ought to know what that mission is. You ought to talk about your mission on a regular basis. Institutions need to know what their mission is and talk about it on a regular basis. And then advance that mission. That ought to be up in front of you all the time. Then the duty to act ethically and consistently with the mission. And then serve a public purpose. Framing the right questions, put it into three categories. The market, what is the job to be done? You know, and it's amazing to me how many boards don't really have that conversation. When we talk about board retreats or board educational sessions, You ought to be taking time to sit and say, what is it we're supposed to do? What is our job? What is it we make happen? What is it we oversee? What is it we're supposed to make sure is done right in our responsibility? What's our mission? What's our unique value? How do we address the job to be done? And then the margin is, how do we price our program? Sounds like businesses, doesn't it? How do we price our program? Services to reflect true cost and provide the returns needed for sustainability. What I'm running across now with boards in a lot of different places is the last word in all of that, sustainability. I'm finding institutions now, and even some systems, but mostly institutions, that are, they don't have a long-term plan. They're just trying to get by for the next 2 or 3 or 4 years. So there's no long-term sustainability plan being put in place. And if you don't have that, that means sustainability mentality, temporary sustainability, just keeps happening year after year after year, and you're not working towards some long-term goal. We're talking a lot about sustainability now in terms of greening our campuses and all those kind of things, but it's something totally different. Self-assessment, let's talk about that a little bit. You all were very kind and generous with your time to give me 30 to 45 minutes on the phone, me firing questions at you, and you giving me answers, and me writing those down, and then trying to compile those in some way that would make some sense to be of help to you as we move forward. And I want to compliment you for, one, taking the time to do that, but second, to being very honest about in your responses. Well, first question I asked you was, what do you think the biggest issues are facing North Dakota? And I won't have everything up here that everyone has said, but just a synopsis. Most of you said, or a lot of you said, handling the new oil money has to be handled well, has to be handled in an appropriate way, and don't take this windfall almost of new money that we don't know how long it's going to go or whatever, and do wrong things with it. We all know about situations where states suddenly have a great influx, it's a temporary influx, and they put it into long-term costs that have to be carried out year after year, but then the money, extra money is not there after a year or two. Managing the rapid population growth, and I'm assuming with, didn't look at all the demographics of that's primarily because of the oil. Are there other things pushing the population growth? Just the oil primarily? Okay. Meeting the state's workforce needs. 2 or 3 of you mentioned that. That the state now is in a position where it's got a number of workforce needs that are not being addressed. And then the dropping oil prices. I don't know what it is today. It was 87 a day or so ago. What is it today? Yeah. Low 70s now? Oh my goodness. Okay, now the dotted line on each of these means above that line there were a number of responses for each one of those. Below the line means there was a response that seemed to have some significance. And so I've included those. Another of the big issues facing North Dakota individually here, adapting to success and long-term success after oil, affordable housing, retention of non-oil companies, and then building trust. Seemed to be a feeling that I picked up several times that there's just a general trust factor in a lot of different areas right now facing the state. The most important challenges facing the system, building trust, and the places you list where the trust needed to be built were pretty varied, but it really related most of it to the second item, improving legislative relations, hiring the right chancellor and an experienced staff with that chancellor. And I know that's a big one facing you, and it's on your minds a great deal as I listen to you talk. Demonstrating fiduciary responsibility on how dollars are being spent. I don't know how much pushback you've gotten in terms of how you're spending dollars, or anyone thinks you're wasting dollars or whatever, but seemed to be some concern that we ought to be more forthright in showing how dollars are being spent. Fully utilizing the authority and responsibility of the board. Feeling that the board has been somewhat reticent in exercising its responsibility and its authority. And the feeling now is, let's go, let's move forward. And of course, between the Measure 3 and all that, I can understand some reticence that's been underway. Better identifying the system's common vision. Several of you mentioned that even with the strategic plan, you had some concern about the fact that everyone was together thinking through exactly who we are, what we're supposed to be doing, and where we're going. And so there was a feeling that you really need to have some time to talk about that. This is what we talked about a moment ago on the other slide about all being together and what you're supposed to be doing. But really have that conversation and talk about where you need to be going in terms of a common vision. I'm not fully aware of the conversations that have been floating around regarding out-of-state enrollments, but I think 2 or 3 of you mentioned that we really need to explore that in greater detail. Pursuing out-of-state enrollments or whatever, your enrollments have been across the system kind of slow or not increasing like you want them to be. And so seem to be a feeling you need to be looking at some out-of-state opportunities and options for you moving forward. Any comment? And by the way, interrupt if you got comments, something to add to these, whatever. Can anyone address that out-of-state comment? Because I'm not up to speed on that.
I think as a state, we just don't have very much population, and anything we can do to bring college students are the only tourists that come to North Dakota and stay for the winter. And we have a good percentage of them. I think it's close to 50% of our out-of-state students stay. And we have an opportunity, and Dr. Prashani brought this up at a meeting several months ago. We have an opportunity to really do some creative things with tuition for out-of-state kids. And we should probably explore some of those options.
Okay, good. Other comments, Eric?
Yeah, I would say, echoing on that, but you know, there's been a lot of press over the last couple years and some major papers about the cost of our system for out-of-state students is oftentimes at or below the cost of their in-state tuition, for instance, in the SUNY system, and as well as in California. And with the financial woes of California, beginning to really have a strong effort to recruit students from a couple different areas of the country, actually probably both coasts, may actually bring people who will ultimately come to work and stay in North Dakota and growing the state. So I would agree that this is a sort of a major issue to really examine.
Good. Well, it's a battle in a number of states right now. Some states are what we call in-migration states, where they have more out-of-state students really coming in than people would like, but gives you a broader cosmopolitan kind of feel the more out-of-state students that you can bring in. But there is some, as we always said, talk about a tipping point beyond which people are going to go a little crazy. That it only becomes a problem really whenever in-state students can't get in because they're already full, and it's a lot of out-of-state students taking up those slots. Till then, it's usually not a big problem. Challenges: better identify the role of the board, finding ways for different kinds of institutions to work together, working within the current sunshine and open meetings law. Let me jump back up, finding ways for institutions to work together. Let me go back. Okay. There are systems like yours across the country that have different levels of institutions, all within one system. And we're all trying to find ways for institutions to work together. It can be done. It is being done. It's just a matter of getting the right people together to talk about ways to do that. It's sharing, and it's It's not just business kinds of things or operational kind of things, but there are an awful lot of ways to work together academically if people will sit down and really pursue that, and if they want to. It's a little more work, and you have to work at it, but it's worthwhile. Current sunshine and open meetings law, as I've said to you all before, you probably have one of the more onerous sunshine and open meetings laws in the country. There are a few states like that, but most are not. And so you really are under a pretty strong restriction in terms of your conversations and being able to talk things through and so forth, and exploring areas that are a little edgy, because you really don't want someone to think that you're thinking about those kind of things yet, but you can't have a chance to explore those. So you're in a difficult situation. But I would say to you, unless something changes, it is what it is. And so therefore you have to get your work done anyway. And so my admonition to you or advice to you is don't use that as a reason not to do what you have to do. Whatever your conversations are, if they need to be had, have them. And regardless of whether or not it's got to be public, well, it's just got to be public. That's just the way it is. But we've got to do our business. So I would, unless that changes, I would encourage you to move forward regardless. And it'll be a little hard sometimes. And hopefully the press will give you a little slack on that. You usually don't get a lot of slack from press most places. But they give you a little slack, the fact that you are open, that you are having honest conversations, and not try to beat you up over it. Deferred maintenance and capital needs, it's life safety primarily. Keeping technology current, it's a black hole. You can't ever spend enough money to get it done, but you've got to do the best you can to keep up with that. Improving graduation rates, that wasn't mentioned very often in our conversations, but it's a real concern. I look, your retention rates and your graduation rates are not too good, so it needs to be a concern for you. Better PR in telling the story of the system, and that goes back to value proposition, and then improving the audit function. Those are the challenges you talked about. You had a question that said what board practices should be created or enacted, and what board practices should be continued, and then what board practices should be discontinued. So here are the ones that you thought, as a board, you probably ought to be thinking about starting. And that's having more frequent and effective discussions while staying within the sunshine and open meetings laws. And we just talked about that and explored it, so we won't get into that. Allow more time for discussion and don't rush meetings. Interesting that several of you said it seems like we're trying to get in and get out, and we really need to take a breath, do our business. Whatever time it takes, and spend time with discussions where they're needed. Understand the institutions better, tours, discussions, whatever, and that's admirable, and it's a good thing to think about on your. I know you go out some. You're here today at this beautiful campus, but in talking to you, you seem to want to be out more on campuses. It's harder on the staff, I know, to go out and have meetings off campus because there's a lot of stuff to carry and you got to take people and so forth and so on. But there's nothing like knowing the people for which you have the final responsibility, knowing them better. Build collaboration with the presidents and expect collaboration and cooperation back. As I said to you last time, and I just reinforced it this time, all of this whole system, campus thing should be a partnership. This thing is not really that hard if everybody does what they're supposed to do. You've got a board that stays on policy, it doesn't try to meddle and try to run things and jerk people around and all that kind of stuff. You've got a chancellor that's your administrative lead who is out making sure the system goes every day like it should go. A chancellor who is building relationships and support with presidents so that they're working together to get things done. Presidents who are supportive of the chancellor and the board, trying to get someplace for the state. So everybody is working together, and it's a partnership. And so if you can have that sort of mentality, this thing doesn't have to be that hard. It's just people working together, keeping the institutions and the system and the state at the forefront, and not letting other things get in the way. Assure that reports from the presidents at board meetings are meaningful. I haven't heard, I only watched one meeting, video of one meeting. I really wanted to watch more, but I just watched one. I'm just kidding. But you know, everything that happens at a board meeting should be really meaningful. Shouldn't be a lot of yeah, whatever, and filling the air and saying a lot of things that do not matter. So I don't know what is driving that. Provide more involvement in presidential and chancellor evaluations. That's been on hold for a while. You've had some ups and downs in dealing with those evaluations, I understand. But it's effective boards, good systems, good institutions. The leader has to be evaluated. And it has to be an evaluation that's not a gotcha. It's an evaluation that is a positive, finding ways to make things work, finding ways to help people to be better. And that's what an evaluation is all about. It's not about beating someone up. And it's got to be honest. And in your position, the press wants it immediately, maybe even before it gets written down. But you know, it's a matter of an evaluation that that's operated in a way of shows dignity, shows grace, and it is intended to help someone. So how it's worded is important, but getting it done is critical. And so I give you great encouragement on that and moving forward. Provide, still under things to be enacted, provide for more board input on agenda for meetings. I think the message that you're sending there, and several of you said this, the message you're sending is, I don't think you want to sit down, and all of you, and go over every agenda before it goes out. But what you're saying is, let's make sure the agenda is meaningful. We're doing the things that count. Let's quit doing routine kind of things that we don't have to do. I know you're approving things after they're already done in some cases. I mean, it's just all kind of things, and just cleaning up the work that you're doing. And as I say to boards all the time, your agenda is a real window into how important the board's work is. And if your agenda is such that it's not consequential, then that's a problem. That's just wasting your time and everybody else's time. So the agenda is really critical on what goes into that. Increase opportunities for board members to get to know each other. A lot of you express concern over the fact that you, with the sunshine deal, that you don't get a chance to just get to know each other. Highly effective boards have that opportunity. They take that opportunity. And they meet, they have social time together, have dinners together. They get to know each other personally as well as a fellow board member. All of you know, you're all smart people. All of you know that if you know somebody personally and you know, kind of understand where they're coming from, it enhances the conversation. It enhances your understanding. The Covey principle, which we talked about, Stephen Covey principle, which we talked about last time in the retreat, is that first understand, then be understood in your conversations. One of the ways to understand better is to know someone, know something about them, where they're coming from. Great administrators and board members too do their best work when they can get behind the eyes of the people with whom they're dealing. If you understand those people, then you can do your work better. Individual responses, we should engage the public more. Summary sheets before discussion on topics would be helpful. So Larry, I guess that's sent to the staff, some way that help them understand that a little bit better. And then better define the role of the faculty and staff trustees. Seemed to be a little confusion about that. I don't know all the issues behind that. I know the faculty and staff trustees are advisors and so forth, and everybody gets all that, but there seemed to be some need for a discussion for one board member that ought to be better defined so everybody will understand. What board
Meredith?
practices should be...
Dr. Meredith?
Yeah.
Before you, could you go back to the other slide, the previous one? Yeah, just a couple of things, as long as we're talking about this in a self-assessment environment on the agenda. One of the issues relative to what the board needs to be looking at, you know, we're gonna try now over the next number of months. We are reviewing policies. So, for example, at your last board meeting, there were 6 items on there that you had to approve. 5 of them were ratifying what had already gone through my office. You know, the steam shovels are already digging, the concrete's being poured, and then we're coming to the board on an agenda item and saying, is this okay? So those are the kinds of things, and that's in our policy. So those are the kinds of things we have to look at in our policies and say, well, why are we doing that? And that can probably help us clean up some of the agenda items more. And I know that the board members have told me they want to have more of those strategic discussions and more of those philosophical discussions and conceptual discussions. And it would be really nice to get off the agenda those issues that are, you know, ratification of something that's already happened, and get more on the agenda of the conceptual conversations to have and strategic conversations. So I understand why that came up. And on the summary sheets, I'm hopeful that this time people were more pleased with a 25-page agenda rather than a 264-page agenda. General Sogsveen has introduced that summary sheet, and we're working our way through that and using the summary sheet and just putting links if you want to go to that. So I think we're addressing some of those things, but just to say I understand exactly why those things came up in your assessment.
Any comments? Anybody else?
I guess I would agree with Larry. It's nice to have 20, and I can't remember the amount of pages, 20 or 25 pages versus 340 pages. And I know Chris was involved with making some of those suggestions, so thanks, Chris. And I don't know who else at the last meeting talked about that, but the summary sheets were very helpful as I worked through the agenda. So I just thank everyone for moving towards that direction, and it was very pertinent information as well. So thanks.
Other comments? You know, it's really critical for a board and a chancellor to fully understand with each other who does what, and what kinds of things need to come to the board, and what kinds of things can the chancellor handle. I can tell you, being in that position, in chancellor's position, you're constantly faced with, I wonder if I should take this to the board, or do I just go ahead with this? I mean, it just constantly rolls up, and there's not a clear-cut directive. There are on a lot of things, but generally not. And so you have to make that decision. I usually recommend to chancellors that they err on the side of caution, and if it's just not really clear, take it to the board. That's better than getting a phone call later from the chair to say, I can't believe you did that, without bringing it to the board. I mean, it just saves that headache. But that clarification, and as you now head toward a search, it's really going to be important for you all to understand what level of decision making do you want the chancellor to have, and what level of decision making do you want to make sure comes to the board. Most boards don't have that conversation with whoever they hire. They just don't. And as a result, a new chancellor is usually playing it by ear or going on past experience. But past experience is a board different than the board they're now working for. So if you don't have that open, upfront kind of conversation, and quite frankly, you ought to be ready for that before you ever do any interviews, because that may come up. Questions about who does the staff report to? They report to the staff, or to the chancellor, or to the board? Who makes the decisions about contracts? Is there a level at which the board now wants to make the decisions on contracts above a certain amount or affecting certain things? Or anything below that the chancellor can handle? It's all those kind of questions that once the groundwork is put in place, then you don't have the conflicts. You don't have that sort of angst over who should have done this and who should have done that. And what it does then is helps clean up the agenda. Because there are a lot of things that the board by law has to approve, but you're not really, you don't want to spend, it doesn't matter, even though the law may call for it. If it's policy, you can change policy. And you put those on consent agenda. And you get them on through and you get them done, and because it was inconsequential. So just having that discussion, which I greatly encourage you to have before you ever get into the search process. What kind of authority do you want them to have? To what extent? How broad? How much of a spokesperson for all of higher ed do you want them to be? Where's the line drawn? Where now that's something the board should address, not the chancellor. There's a whole long list of questions like that that you really ought to have the answers to before you start talking to candidates. And I would tell you that whoever you use as a search consultant, they're the ones that are going to be talking to these candidates for quite a while before you ever have a chance to talk to them. And these kind of questions are going to come up to the search consultant by whoever they're talking to. And the search consultant should have a lot of those answers ahead of time so that they can carry that conversation. Because I can tell you the candidates are going to ask a lot of the questions I've just talked about.
Yeah,
And,
if I could, Tom, that, you bring up a good point, and we've mentioned a number of times that we have a pretty narrow window here within to work to hire a new chancellor. And in conversation with you, you said, don't worry about the window. This is one of the most important decisions you're ever going to make. And I think we have to keep that in mind, that we have a lot of work to do, I think, before we actually start interviewing candidates for this, because the board hasn't had this conversation.
Yeah.
And so any insight that you might have as to how we get that started, what process we should use so that we actually know what kind of chancellor we do want.
Yeah, I would just say to you that I think leading up to the time when you hire a chancellor is going to be a super critical time for this board and for the future of this system. Being prepared on the front end, taking whatever time necessary. I don't think you can do it in an hour at a meeting, around a board meeting. I know travel is tough. It's about to get tougher as weather gets harder, but taking the time on the front end now in a retreat where you just really hammer it out, somebody's leading you through that, and you answer all those questions that you could anticipate from a candidate. And so that you know up front where you are, where you're headed, what's going to be your role, what's going to be the role of the chancellor, blah, 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 all that stuff. Have all that down. Then when your search consultant gets on board, search consultant you may want them to do that for you. But got all that down, you got it. Now you know what kind of person to hire. The personality of the person who comes in is going to be really important for you. And so the personality as well as the talent. But you can hire the wrong, you can hire a laissez-faire individual that can't say no to anyone because they have a great personality, and all of a sudden you're in trouble again because the board's out of the picture. Or you can go the other way, and then all of a sudden you've got other kinds of situations. So you just need to know all that ahead of time is my admonition to you. Don't put this off, make it a priority, because you won't do anything more important this year coming up than hire a chancellor. Okay, other questions, other comments? Okay. Where did we get? Best practices that should be continued. Committee structure is effective. Continue to demonstrate fiduciary responsibility. Board retreats are good, on-campus meetings are good, educational sessions are helpful. When you go on campuses, do you just come on campus and go to the meeting and leave campus? What happens typically? I mean, how many meetings a year do you do out on campuses?
We try and do the majority, except during the legislative session when we
Sure.
go to Bismarck. And my first couple of years on the board, I know that during the lunchtime, the campuses would have presentations about the campus or their specialty areas or something they were proud of. And we haven't been doing that lately, or doing the tours that I know of. So I think we could probably do more of that.
Okay. You know, it's helpful when you go to a campus, if you can get everybody on a bus and do a little tour around and let the president kind of tell you maybe what their dreams are about the campus. You know, here's some areas I want you all to be aware of. We've got this space over here. Someday we'd like to build a whatever. Here's what we really need. I mean, it's just all that kind of stuff. This is one of our great old buildings. It needs renovation. Whatever. I mean, you should be able to listen to them talk about the campus that you have hired them to manage for you and to run and to move forward. Usually, most presidents kind of want to tell somebody about what their dreams are about their campus. And so, you know, you're going to be there. You're probably not going to go back again for quite some time. So take the time to do that kind of stuff. And then the educational sessions are worthwhile. You get to meet some of the people. We talked about educational sessions at board meetings. I'm going to hit that again just briefly. It's really important for you to have at every meeting an educational session, some kind. We talked about the various things you might do, bring in a research professor to tell you what a week looks like for a research professor, or someone who teaches a full load and has committee work and all those different kind of things, or something about financial aid. That's such a huge national dialogue right now. What do you know about financial aid and what's going on and what's coming up? Just every board meeting have a educational session, and that should not be the time to go get coffee, by the way, during the educational session. But really focus in on it and learn about higher education and learn about the nuances that are going on that all of your presidents and everyone else has to deal with. Board practices that should be discontinued. Too much time hearing reports. You know, there's a balance, so I don't want to encourage you to quit getting reports. That's a learning process. On the other side of that, reports should be brief and built for lay people. So many times, and I've been guilty of this as well, we finally get a chance to report to the board. I'm going to tell you everything I know about this, because it's maybe my only chance I'll ever have, and I'm going to make sure you know everything that I've ever heard about this. And the reports just go on and on and on. And you've got far more detail than you need or that you want to know about a particular topic in order to learn about it. So don't discourage reports from coming in, but on the other side, you need to make sure reports are succinct and right on target. You don't like committee meetings by phone. Big point was there's no discussion when it's by phone. So something for you all to talk about. Teleconference meetings, the same point was brought up. Have board meetings in by noon regardless. That's what we talked about just a moment ago. And then lengthy comments and input by presidents. I haven't seen it. I don't know what you all do, but evidently that question's come up. So you all have to be the judge of that, but that did come up from a couple of different people about a lot of dialogue there. I ask you during your term, what were the top accomplishments during your term? I ask you for one or two of those. You thought the strategic plan. You thought that changing chancellors, coming together as a board, and then moving toward pathways. Coming together as a board, I thought was a really positive feeling. It came from more than one of you, that you see yourselves now starting to come together as a group. Individual conversation, our ideas were stability of the system has been enhanced, trust has been enhanced, utilizing the expertise on the board more, and then reinstituting committees. So you must have gone through a time when you didn't have committees, is that correct? At any rate, the feeling was from someone that was a positive to bring back committees. Also, the state appropriations, there wasn't much comment with that, except that they're better. Medical school funding for UND, and then the board's response to crises in the western part of the state. So I think that's still going. 2 items that the board should address. That's what I ask each of you to give to me, and here's how that came out. More than one answer on the top group. Hire the best chancellor for the system for this time, and for this time is really important. It's not a chancellor for 10 years ago, it's not a chancellor for 15 years from now, because no one will last that long. But it's for this time in the history of this system, what kind of best person for the system. The board should support the chancellor in hiring the best staff, rebuild trust with the legislature, showcase the best in governance practices, address the need to improve graduation rates, and then settle the admission standards question, and jump back up to showcase the best in governance practices. Something we talked about last time, I just want to reinforce. Every board meeting is a classroom. There are people watching who are out here in the audience or by video, whatever it happens to be, to watch how successful people do business on something that's this big. And so how you deal with each other, how you address issues, how you, the decorum of the meeting. I mean, all those things makes this a classroom for people on how something this big is operated. And so using best governance practices sends a model and will influence meetings, more meetings than you'll ever know that they influence. Individual comments, rebuild internal trust within the system, and then build presidential relations. Top 2 continued, these are individual comments still, increase enrollments, balance to the desire of the board, legislature, and campuses in setting tuition. I don't think that individual meant that the legislature should be helping to decide that, but it's a matter of listening. Make sure you know where they are and not be too many surprises. Help the small schools by adding more 2-year programs. Improve campus foundation operations and relationships. You've got something going on now, and it's going to be a challenge for you. But now is the time to look at that and make sure that the MOUs and Memorandum of Understanding between institutions and foundations are in place, that they're up to date, that they're correct. The best time to make sure those kind of things are correct is before a problem happens at an institution, not after. It's a little bit too late. Getting the agenda right, improving capital spending. Does the state provide capital funding for buildings in North Dakota? They do. Full cost or partial? Full? Depends? Okay. All right. Do you have, I'm assuming you have a severe deferred maintenance problem like the rest of the world? Okay. The legislature would much rather build a building than fix a building. I mean, who wouldn't? I mean, so it's usually a challenge. Overcome the perception of being a rubber stamp. Part of that perception can that perception can become overwhelming if you rush through things. And people think, well, they've already decided all that stuff. They're just coming in doing this for show. So you have to be careful about perception. Then I ask you some agree, disagree things. Strongly agree, 7 points. Strongly disagree, 1. Why 7? I have no idea, but that was sort of the standard that AGB uses, and no one seems to remember why it was 7 instead of 10 or something. But there were 10 of you, so I still got the math done. There were 27 questions in that area. 5 were at 4.0 or below. 17 were at 5.0 or above. You don't really need to know all this stuff. And then 5 were right in the middle. And so here's what you said. Those things that you thought, and arbitrarily I said anything 5 and above was pretty good. You ought to think about it. That you ought to be pleased with that. Arbitrarily anything 4 or below, I thought you probably ought to hear that and know what it is without giving you every one of them. The board is ethical. We got your highest score. So you feel pretty good about being ethical. The board is diligent in considering tuition. That was your second highest. Everything else is just sort of in line here, but those are your 2. Budgets and plans are aligned. Not many boards would be able to say that with much oomph, knowing that the budget they've approved for the system is in line with the system plans, or the budget for a campus is in line with the campus's plans. But you felt pretty good about that. The board has an effective orientation program. You gave that above a 5, but not based on history, but based on what's going on now. You felt like that's been dramatically improved, and so it's not a bad orientation program now. Someone said it would be helpful if all the information we get in orientation typically could be put in context, because we get information, but it's not in a contextual way, so we don't know exactly what that means. The board supports the chancellor on tough decisions, and the chancellor's communications are timely and clear. And Larry, that's a compliment to you. Here are the ones in which you disagreed, 4.0 or lower. The lowest score you got was having adequate communication channels regarding board appointments, and that's understandable. I mean, you can't dictate to the governor who they're going to appoint, but what you can do is what we talked about earlier, and that is that you can make sure that the governor's office knows what you need on the board. What kind of expertise? Do you need a physician? Do you need another attorney? Do you need a business person? What do you need on the board? So you can do something about that. The board believes the current assessment process for presidents and chancellor is effective. Well, that goes back to what we said earlier, that you're ready to do something about that. That's not underway, that's not in place, and you want to do something about that. Board routinely reviews accreditation reports. Let me give you an idea about accreditation reports. You think accreditation reports can be this big document that's got all kind of stuff in it, and you certainly don't want to hear all that. I would not encourage you. As a president, I didn't even want to hear all that stuff either. It's just too much. But it seems to me what a board should know, whether it's a discipline or whether it's an institution and they're going through accreditation, you ought to hear a report that lasts a couple of minutes. And it says, look, we just got reaccredited for business at a particular institution, and here are 3 or 4 things that were pointed out as being extraordinary about this program. It's really good in these areas. And then you ought to hear, so what if it's in public? Big deal. Here are 3 or 4 things that really need to be improved. And so the institution has put together a plan to work on these, and you name them. And then what you do is you ask that a progress report be given back to you in 6 months, or whatever you want it to be. It does 2 things. One, it keeps you informed. The second, it demonstrates to the public that you're looking at things that matter. Accreditation matters, and it's you're aware of it, and somebody comes to you and says, you know, they're not putting out enough MBAs over wherever, and you can say, yeah, we know about that. We've heard about it, and they need to ramp up their program, and it's moving forward. So it just gets you informed as well, and it doesn't have to be a long, laborious deal. Board routinely reviews comparative data with peer institutions. The comment with that was that you get the information, but there's no discussion, there's no understanding of it as a board. That's a report that just happens ever so often. And you say, you know, our enrollment is going up, it's whatever. Among our peers or for a particular group, enrollment's falling across the country. Well, we're going up, that's pretty good. What about incoming freshmen? Are they increasing or decreasing? How's our retention rate going compared to our peers? We're research institutions, so what does the retention rate look like at peer institutions that are research institutions? How do we compare? Graduation, I mean, the whole deal. You're just doing a comparison. It's giving you a kind of a temperature check as a board on how things are looking and how do you compare. I mean, if I tell you our retention rate's 60%, but you don't have that in relationship to anything, I don't know how if you know that's good or bad. I think, as I told you last time, somebody tells me the temperature of a dog is 102. Maybe it's supposed to be 102. I don't know. But it's got to be in some sort of context or you don't understand it. The future of the system will be very different. Most of you thought probably not. Almost all of you thought probably not. What about board meetings? You believe that you receive your agenda materials in a timely manner. How far ahead of time do you get them? Week?
That's a loaded question.
Oh,
Yeah, by policy, it's 7 days. And
Okay.
we work very hard to hit that 7 days.
however,
Some weeks, it's a very fluid agenda, and we end up with updates as much as 24 hours before. And so, but generally, the policy says 7 days, and that's what we shoot for. Christie works very hard to get it out 7 days. We will normally get it out 7 days, but as was demonstrated this week, there were so many changes after the 7 days that we just had to get some more changes out. So it's a
Yeah.
fluid process.
it was a complaint. It was a complaint in your comments that you just keep getting changes to the agenda up to meeting time. I will tell you that a lot of systems with which I know quite a bit about, they give institutions a deadline for things to go to the next board meeting, and that's that. If you can't get it in by that deadline, you go to the next meeting, unless it's just an extreme emergency. I mean, something's happened or some late-breaking final contract deal that you all didn't think was going to come in for another 2 months, and now it's ready. Something. But they lock it down so that, and two things happen with that. One is, you've got an agenda, you know this is the agenda, you can ask your questions, and you don't keep getting things, and now you think, well, what's this about? Well, I don't know, meeting's in 2 days, so, and it stops that kind of piece. The second piece is, institutions, if they know that they can send it in after, and it'll get on, why worry about the deadline? We're all creatures of habit, and it doesn't take long to not feel so strongly about the deadline if it doesn't matter. So I'm not telling you have to do that. I'm just saying most places I know lock it down. That's the date. Get it in. If you want it on this agenda. If you don't want it on this agenda, then hold it up. But if it comes in later, it's not getting on unless you want to make a special appeal to the chancellor, who can get permission from the chair to add this, but boy, it better be something really critical. So, just a thought. Presidents are saying, oh no, good grief. You receive the right amount of materials. I gave you 3 choices, that it's just right, too much, too little. And most of you thought just right. Opportunity to clarify questions ahead of time. There were only a couple of you that thought that was not the case, but you can always call the chancellor and ask the chancellor for clarification on something. And that doesn't violate any sort of rules that I'm aware of. Talent is fully utilized. You feel good about that. You have the right number of meetings during the year. These are not unanimous answers, by the way. There were some who thought too much, too little, whatever, and so forth on meetings. You also believe that the agenda doesn't reflect, here we go again, the best use of your time. And I think we talked about this last time. No one's time or talent should be wasted, no matter what the situation, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. No one's time or talent should be wasted. And so if you have important people like yourselves coming whatever distance to come to a meeting to do the board's business, it really ought to be worthwhile. It should be educational, it should be taking care of business, and it's also being strategic, thinking ahead. Every question that comes up, you're thinking ahead. What about 5 years from now? What does this mean? Where will this take us? Does it fit into the mission that we've set? Does it fit into our strategic plan where we're going? Is that best for that institution in this state? Whatever it is, but you should have time, use of your time and your talent to answer those questions at a meeting and not do things that are inconsequential. You were split on whether you spend more time discussing and considering policy versus listening to staff reports. Some of you thought that you listened to staff reports more than you discussed and did policy matters, but others said, no, we spend more time discussing and not so much on staff. So you have to be the judge of that, but I think you've got some conversations to be had there. This is what this self-assessment tells me. It's not what you said. Here's what listening to all of you and taking the notes, here's what it tells me. One, you were very honest in your responses. And I thought that was a great sign. You didn't give me what you thought was the answer that would sound right or would fit some standard that everybody wants you to fit. You were very honest in your answers, and I appreciated that. This board wants to be more engaged. You want to, and it's more work. By the way, it's easier to be an ineffective board because you don't have to read everything so much, and you spend time doing routine kind of things that anybody could do, and you eat a meal and you go home. And here, you want to be more engaged. The board wants to increase accountability for itself and for the system and the institutions. That was a theme running through most of the conversations. You're more data sensitive now. Just in some of the things you said, you want to understand something better. You want to see the numbers on that. And that's a good thing, because that's where boards have moved all across the country now. The board likes the direction in which it's headed now. You feel like you're kind of turning things somewhat and moving in a better direction. You truly want to keep getting better. Some of you said, you know what, we've made good progress, we're moving in the right direction, but we're not there yet. We need more work, we need to continue to grow. The board has a much better grasp of what an effective board looks like. Some of you said on several occasions, yeah, but wouldn't good boards do this or do that? And you were on target with it. You brought that up. So I applaud you for that. The board wants more discussion on big items like future direction and policies to move the system and its institutions forward. And not only to help the state and its citizens, but less on routine items of little or no consequence. That's what I heard from you as I listened to that. I put this together because I really wanted to make a big point to you. I'm not going to preach here, but I want to make some points to you. My experience with politics for a lot of years now is that a lot of times in elections, people, more times than not, vote against something more than they vote for something. I like to think they vote for things, but usually they're voting against something instead of for something. On your vote on Measure 3, I think it was against Measure 3. I don't know that I don't know. I don't know that you should necessarily think it was a great vote of confidence for the board. I wouldn't want you to have that thought so you could kind of relax and drop back. I don't think you do, but I think it's important for you not to say, okay, we've done it now, we're in good shape, let's just get back to business and quit worrying about all this governance stuff. It may be a reprieve. For reporters in the room, I haven't said any of this factually now, I'm just giving you a thought. So, but you may have been given a reprieve, and what that means is that, in my opinion, all this is just an opinion, you're at a kind of a pivotal point. What you do over the next year, from this point forward or from your retreat forward, could be transformational. I believe that you have a chance to set this board into a culture and a direction that could be establish a base for the next several decades. How this thing is going to operate, the role of the board, the role of the presidents, the whole deal. And so I think you're really at a pivotal point. I don't want you to, I would pray that you would not say, we've done the governance thing, now let's get on with it. Because I think you'll lose an opportunity. And these opportunities don't come very often. Usually a major event happens that opens up an opportunity for you. And you've had a couple of those, from HLC to vote, the whole deal. So the door is open now for you to set the whole pattern for this board for some time to come. I hope you'll engage in a continual learning process in a lot of different ways. And I can outline some of those with Kirsten, that whichever way you go, that you'll continue to grow in a lot of different areas as a board. But now's the time to act. You've had a self-assessment. We're going to do a little bit more on self-assessment here to finish up. But now's the time to act on what you've said to yourselves, said to me, your thought process on the whole self-assessment. Effective governance will determine the success of the system and the institutions. If you don't govern well, and if you don't do what a system should do in terms of your role and responsibilities, the institutions are never going to flourish. You'll be in the way. You'll keep that from happening, and that should not be. You should be leading the way in that. It's an old saying that says, if I'm not right for myself, I can't be right for someone else. Psychology people will recognize that line from somewhere. If our board is not right for us, governance-wise, then we can't be good governance for anybody else. And so that kind of leads it. Now, what's a Christmas ham? Here's a Christmas ham. I don't think I told you this last time. If I did, just say, oh, then I'll know that I've already said it. The little girl went into her mother and said, who was fixing the Christmas ham, and the mother cut off the butt of the ham, put it into a pan, and started putting it in the oven. The little girl says, tell me why you cut off the end of the ham. She said, well, that's what my mother always did. And she's in the other room, won't you go ask her? So she goes in to grandmother and says, why do you cut off the end of the Christmas ham before you put it in the oven? And her grandmother says, you know, that's what my mother always did. And so he was sitting in a chair over here, and she goes over to great-grandmother and says, why did you cut off the end of the ham? She says, oh, well, it's simple. I never had a pan big enough for the whole ham. So the point of that is, which you already know, is that sometimes we just keep on doing things because that's just the way we do things. And the reason for it is not great. There's no rationale for it, but it's just the way it's been. And so my encouragement to you is, as we go forward, is don't cut off the end of the ham because there's no need for it. You know, go full bore here. Let's move forward and don't waste time on those kind of things. And by the way, you can, and I know I told you this last time, Will Rogers' line about you can be on the right track, but if you just sit there, you'll get run over. You can talk about good governance and you can say we're going to be in good governance, but if you don't continue to increase and progress, you're going to be in trouble. Okay, here's what I've laid out for you as sort of a final piece here. Priorities for the board and priorities for the system. Here's what I would hope your priorities would be. And by the way, you should have, do we make copies of all this for the board? Do we know, Christy? These slides? Okay. Anyways, you'll get copies of all those, of all of these. Or maybe you sent them out. Maybe they're on your computers. I don't know. Okay. You got them?
I don't, we don't have them, but I'd like them.
Oh, yeah, we will. You'll get those. Priorities for the board, maybe establish a governance committee or give an existing committee a governance responsibility. And here's why. You need somebody, some group, who's thinking about governance all the time. What are we doing? Are we doing this right? What else do we need to study and talk about? What is it we need to explore in terms of making ourselves better? Do we need a session on whatever it might be? But somebody is thinking about that. You know, the old saying that if you really want something important done, you've got to have someone who gets up every morning thinking about that, if it's that big. And so you've got a committee that's thinking about governance. They're talking about a board development plan. You know, what kind of things over the next year, 2 years, whatever it happens to be, what kind of things do we want to know? What could we do to continue to get better? You know, maybe the AGB annual meeting. Some of you have been to that, so you learn from there. Maybe exploring publications and making sure that the board reads this about a particular topic, whatever it happens to be. It's a whole list of things about board development. Let's continue our learning process. Governance retreats. You know, when you have retreat, you shouldn't do any business. I mean, it becomes almost easy to do that you have a retreat, but there are several things we need to do. And so you end up then, this is what we're going to do in terms of getting these things done at the retreat, and we'll work around it with our learning process, whatever it happens to be. So make sure that you have good governance retreats. There ought to be a governance time at every meeting, whether it's a discussion about a particular topic related to how you operate as a board. Maybe you have a speaker in here. Maybe you have a discussion topic that's on board, that there's a national movement now to do these kind of things. Let's talk about that a little bit, see if any of that impacts North Dakota or not. Some readings. And then what a lot of boards have started doing, and it really works, before they go home and the meeting's over, the last thing they do on the agenda is to say, okay, let's briefly talk about today's meeting. Anything we do today that you all thought maybe we kind of wasted our time, you know, we didn't really need to do that? Is there anything we did today that was particularly impressive to you that, gosh, we ought to be doing some more of those kind of things? Did everybody get a chance to speak? Did we handle today's meeting well? What suggestions do you have? What recommendations? But close every meeting with an assessment of the meeting. That's good governance. It'll seem sort of routine. You think, well, whatever. But the fact is, no one goes home fussing about something and they didn't tell anybody. Priorities for the system. You got ad hoc committees that of some kind that need to be established, whether it's some committee to deal with the meeting agenda. And that's looking very carefully at agendas over the last year or so and thinking about and looking at today's agenda, which Larry has done it differently. And to say, what are we doing? Do we have to do all this stuff or not? By the way, I knew I'd forget this. Over on the priorities for the board, one of the things that I would encourage you to do, and maybe you've done this recently, I know you've you've been through part of this, and whether you're satisfied with it or not, it seems to be a mixed bag. You ought to spend the next, ever how long it takes, a lot of places, because you don't meet that often, it can take a couple of years. You ought to start through your policy book. And it's, a lot of times your legal team will handle that for you. And they'll start through page 1, item 1. And they just start going through and evaluating whether something is still relevant. You'll be surprised how much stuff typically is in a policy book that's no longer relevant or legal. And just cleaning up the policy book. And you're going to hit several places where it's going to be that fork in the road. And you have to do better than Yogi Berra on the fork in the road. But you've got to say, okay, this is a policy issue for the board now. Given everything else that's happened, this is a policy issue for the board to decide. And so at every meeting, then, coming to you is another analysis, and you can have the work done put into a committee, so the board committee can look at it closely, or have it a standalone committee. It's just going to bring its report to the board, whichever way you want to do that. But work yourselves through your policy committee, or policy book. I think you'll be surprised at what's in there all the way through, and what should be changed, and what could be changed. At any rate, meeting agenda, evaluation. Your new chancellor is going to have some voice in evaluation, and that may be something you want to put off for a little bit. But in the meantime, you could be looking at best practices on evaluation of system heads and evaluation of campus heads. What's the best practice out there? What's going on across the country? How do they do these kind of things? Who's involved? What do you do about an evaluation process in a very, very sunshine state and open records state? How do you handle that? What do you do with it? But know about those things and explore them, and then you can have a base in there when you do get a new chancellor. Presidential relations. There's a whole series of things that you could do working with presidents to start to build that partnership, that trust that goes back and forth with your presidents. Someone needs to explore that. Institutional familiarity, it's a weird wording, but what can you do in terms of helping you know more about the campuses and what's going on those campuses? What are those things that could be done? It's not always a trip to a campus. Sometimes it's people coming in and talking about the campus and a report to you, and then make sure that you get to those campuses over some period of time. Legislative relations. A lot of people have written about how do you build legislative relations. How do you do that so that they feel like they don't own you and they can't run you, but they're a partner with you. The whole key to this is building a relationship with the legislature that says, we're partners in this thing. You've given it to us, we run it, we have to use our best judgment as lay folks, but you guys provide some of the funding. And so we want to build a relationship here, a partnership. And there are a lot of different ways to go about that. Value proposition we've already talked about. That's maybe using some of the some economists, some PR people, maybe even some pro bono help from big corporations who will let you have access to their PR people, marketing people, and to say, if this were your business, we want to tell you about our business, how would you market that? How would you sell that to the public that higher education is worth it? And it's such a valued asset for our state. Admission standards, search consultant. I know you're going to deal with admission standards. I won't get into that. Search consultant, or the search, is a priority. And we've already spent a lot of time talking about that. Kirsten, or Madam Chair, I should say. I think that's all that I've got on that, except for one more exercise. Yeah, that's just some resources. One more exercise to take them through. One possibility is to set some priorities. This is not a vote. It's not an action. It's just sort of an indication of where the board is in terms of what what probably should be addressed first or second or so forth and so on. Or you
All
guide
right,
me
thank
here.
you,
I'll
Tom.
do whatever you want to do.
Yeah, we had a conversation last evening as to whether or not we could actually rank these. And since this is a learning session and not really a meeting, we have to be very careful. According to the chancellor, we thought maybe we should just go up to the board and you could just maybe, I think you've got some little sticky dots that you've put onto the things that you think are maybe the priority right now. This is an awful lot to get through. I don't know that we can have all these ad hoc committees going at one time. And it was also mentioned by Dr. Meredith that it does not have to be only board members on these ad hoc committees. I think you just mentioned down with the value proposition that we could have marketing firms, people that we know come in and help us with some of these things. So before we leave today, though, we would like to have some sense of the board's view on the priorities, especially considering the legislative sessions coming up. And then later on, we could start working on the committee members for that, but we wouldn't do that at this time. Does that seem?
I'm going to give you these, and I'll tell you what to do. The only thing that you'll use, I just didn't take the time to save the pink. You use the yellow dots for smiley faces and take them home. You're not going to use them here. You can do whatever you want to with the pink ones. Not going to use them here. And you're only going to use 4 of the green ones. So don't use 5, just use 4. And I'd like for you to go up. Most of you have done this kind of exercise before probably. But go up and your top 4 things that you think should be a priority here in terms of attacking first. And put a green dot on those 4 things out of the 8. Got it? Go forth.
And then I think we could take a really quick bathroom break as soon as you get your dots up there.
Yeah.
I need to.
Yeah, the sooner you get the dots up, the sooner you can go to the bathroom.
Meredith, I think we'll continue, and if you could maybe tell us what you think of the results of our poll.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah. Grant is over at the side table, and I think Janice is here. Chris is, I'm not sure, but here's Chris.
Now. Well, thank you for participating with the green dots. Clearly, your number one priority, you've got four of them bunched together here, but your number one priority was search for a new chancellor, which is appropriate. And again, I encourage you to know where you are before you begin that process in terms of what the board believes and thinks and desires and so forth and so on. It's a challenging process, but once you get through all of that and some other things that you'll probably do, then you'll know what you're going to propose to candidates. What's the job going to look like? You'll have a better feel for what that ad needs to look like that's going in the Chronicle and other places, but you'll come out of that with your search consultant, and the search consultant probably ought to be in that meeting so that you'll know everybody is at a clear understanding. I can
Tom?
Yes.
I want to add to that because I think that the comment you're making is important for what we're about to do. It's something that we failed to do during the last search. We really had great representation with our consultants at that time, and they brought us a lot of candidates in. But I think that we were a little bit across the map on what type of a chancellor were we looking for. We didn't really define whether we wanted a coordinating chancellor, a CEO chancellor, and perhaps in our mind we were thinking we wanted a CEO chancellor, but the way we set it up, we ended up with very different candidates, which means we weren't, for instance, selecting between three CEO style candidates looking for the best CEO. We were choosing at that late date between styles of chancellors, which is very late in the game to decide,
Yeah.
do you want a coordinating chancellor, do you want a CEO, or whatever.
Yeah.
And so my view is that was maybe the biggest flaw in our last process, is we didn't have that conversation up front, so that as we were weeding through these candidates, we knew if somebody comes to the plate and although they're a solid candidate, but they want a different style than we do, we didn't want them filtering to the top because we would then lose somebody of some quality to consider.
Yeah, it's a great point. Great point. You can avoid that this time. Doesn't mean it'll be perfect, but you'll give it a shot to get where you want to be in terms of that search. So that's important. Legislative relations, number 2 on your list, and there are things that you can do about that, and that is, one, look at some other states that seem to have a great relationship with their legislature, and then have conversations with those people in charge of that. How do they handle that? What do they do in leading a system in legislative relations? What kind of things do they do? And you might want to look at some big institutions that have a whole legislative core where they have a strategy and a process they go through. Just to give you, and I may have mentioned this last time, but give you an idea. You can set up a process where maybe it's someone who in charge of legislative relations or key people representing the system and the institutions, but mainly the system at this point. You go visit every legislator. It doesn't mean one person goes to visit every legislator. You sort of fan them out somewhat, and you don't visit them during the session for this purpose. You do visit them during the session, but not for what I'm about to talk about. But you go see them in the summer, after the session's over, after they've gotten through mental anguish of being through a session, and they've calmed down a little bit, and now they're in the summer, and you go see them, and you go see them not at the state capitol, you go see them in their hometown, in their office, wherever they happen to want to meet and you just go in and have a conversation. And you sit down with them, and I know the first time that I put this in someplace, the lobbyist said, okay, what do you want us to ask for? And I said, absolutely nothing. Do not ask for anything. Just go in and say, just wanted to stop by and visit a little bit and get some advice from you and some thoughts and so forth. And by the way, that picture of that person on your credenza back there in the soccer outfit, is that your son? Is that your grandson? Is that your daughter? Whatever. And you start to learn something personally about legislators, so that every time you're together and you get face to face, it's not, I'm from the system or I'm from the institution and you're a legislator, and so I'm here to ask you for something. That it's more than that. And you can begin that next conversation the next time you see them with, how's old Billy Bob doing in soccer? You know, you start there. You don't start with, well, we sure need a new building over at wherever. You start with a personal kind of thing. And so what you're establishing, without drawing this out with all the details, what you're establishing is a personal relationship. And so now when you show up and you have that conversation in the state capitol, in their office, you're saying, I just want to share something with you. You know, we've got a situation where we can do something particularly special at wherever, so forth, and I'd like for you all to be thinking about maybe providing some funding for that. What we've got in mind is whatever. And now it's a different kind of conversation. It's not an adversarial, it's not me and you, it's, you know, we're two colleagues, we're together working in this thing. And the other thing that I think really helps in that is and it's got to be genuine. I'm not saying any of this to say, you know, it's some game you play or whatever. It's got to be very genuine when you go have these conversations. But the other thing is, all of us like to be asked for advice. Isn't that wonderful? I mean, someone says, what do you think? You know, kind of deal. Well, gosh, I'll tell you what I think. You know, when you go in and say, if you were in my position and you know, charged with working with the legislature and you try to help get as much money as we can for our campuses and our students and so forth, how would you go about approaching the legislature? You're asking the legislator to tell you how he would or she would approach the legislature for funding or for support for something. So, and that's insight. That's absolutely insight. And so you're genuine in asking for that. And my goodness, when you get back in the car after you've had those visits, you're taking notes like crazy, writing things down. Billy Bob plays soccer, so forth. The advice was whatever. And then after you've made all those rounds over a summer, everybody's together. And you say, okay, what did we learn? What did we learn? Here's the advice. Here's a pile of advice. You know, we learned things like, don't send us anything that's more than one page. You send us all this information, we don't read it. It goes into a reading pile, which we never get to. Don't send us all that stuff. Tell us what you want us to know, do it on a page, do bullets, and then have a conversation with us and make sure we don't see if we've got any questions. Just that simple. And all those things that you learn when you have those conversations helps you build relationships with people. And then well, anyway, that's enough.
Tom?
I'm wear you out with all that.
Madam Chair, you had mentioned early on the legislative relations, you said, I think in a conversation you would have had back when you were a chancellor, is you would have talked to your lobbyist. And I'm just wondering, with systems that you're familiar with, is the use of a lobbyist or somebody who's in charge of legislative affairs, a point person, is that something that's common? I mean, we really haven't, at least in my time on the board, utilized something like that. We've had people who have either served in the legislature, we've had a chancellor who was in the legislature, members, things like that, but that's not really in an official capacity. We've never had that kind of a focused individual. What do you see?
Most systems will have at least one lobbyist. And you call them, you don't call them lobbyists, obviously, but you call them, they can be whatever first part of that title, but for legislative relations. It's a big part of what you're about is your relationship with the legislature. So it seems appropriate that you would have someone. I don't know what kind of heat you'll get over that. You just have to think about that. But all those that, and I've always had them, but those individuals are someone that legislators highly respect. They weren't drinking buddies. They weren't that kind of thing. But they might have a bite to eat. They might do whatever it might be, but you build a relationship. And so what happens out of that is that you've got someone that when something's up, who can go to the Capitol, who can sit down with someone in their office and say, just need to make you aware of something. Here's what we're struggling with right now, and I don't want it to get in the way of what's going on with whatever. It keeps the chancellor has still got to do a lot of this stuff, but it also keeps the chancellor ready for the big stuff. And they're not over, daily with all the little stuff. Also, it provides an avenue for legislators who have questions to get that question answered without having to go through some formal kind of deal and talking to the chancellor and whatever. They've got a conduit. Doesn't mean that person's going to have all the answers for them, but that person comes into the chancellor's office and said, look, Chairman of Appropriations has got a question about something, wants to help, but this is kind of in the way. What do we want to say to them? And so it's a conduit. It's a way to keep those legislative relations going. Again, you have to deal with the culture in which you're operating. I can't address that, but it sure works. Just sure works. You have to choose that person very carefully, by the way, very carefully, but they're very important for you. Evaluations and admissions, I think you're going to talk about this today, so that'll be addressed. And then evaluations. You feel strongly about that? I would put that stuff in all the background work. How do they do it, as we said earlier? How do they do it other places? What's the most effective way? We're in heavy sunshine and open meetings. How do we address that? If someone's got a problem and you want it fixed because you like them other than that one thing, they're just got a problem and they have to fix it. How's a way we can word that so we don't undermine them and help them? I mean, that's a lot of finesse in that kind of thing when everything has to be public. So it doesn't mean you're less than honest, but it just means you have to really think about how you're handling that. But there are ways to do that. Those are your four biggies. Agenda was next, and then relations with institutions and presidents and so forth. So, Madam Chair, that would sort of give you a feeling of the board, certainly not a vote of any kind, but a feeling from the board about what they would feel like should be addressed early on.
Okay. And Tom, do you feel as though before we move on to the board material that we should leave here with some type of a timeline so that this doesn't just die along the way?
No question. If you don't put timelines on things, they won't get done. Mm-hmm. I mean, think about when they ask you to write a term paper in college and they just said, do a term paper. What's the first question you get? It's two questions you get. How long does it have to be and when does it due? I mean, it's two questions. Well, long enough to cover the subject and, but we always want a timeline so we can manage our own time. So I'd put a timeline on all of those. Certainly search has got to be done before you begin the search, but you could do that as soon as you hire your consultant, have that meeting, have the consultant in the meeting with you and have at it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I'd do that one pretty quick. You can do, just give you a little side note. We usually drag out presidential searches too long because everybody has to have a voice in that, it seems, and so we just drag them out. And what usually happens when you drag out a search is you lose candidates because there are people who can't afford to stay in it that long. I've watched people be identified and the board 5 months later still hasn't reached any finals group, and so they just can't afford to be exposed that long and they're out. And the same thing happens in system searches. that are even more political. And so I would suggest to you that you don't have to drag this out. You can get your work done by sometime in January. Get that ad out, and your consultant by that time will already be calling people because you will have had a session with the consultant. They know what you're looking for. And you can have somebody in place by summer. System searches are different than campus searches because typically the time frame doesn't matter. Campus, you try to get them started when school starts and got a new president starting the year and all that. System searches are not, that's not critical. I started in Georgia January 1. The second day I made a presentation to the Joint House and Senate Appropriations Committee. So it's just, it all varies. So don't be pressured too much by that.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Okay, let me get out of your way now and tell you all that I won't go over all of the things that I said earlier, but I really think it is a transformational time for this board. Your heads are on straight. You know what you want to do. You know what you should do. And so now's the time to rise up to the task, which you already are. I'm impressed by this board and what you, now the mentality, the attitude of this board, ready to go, take care of business. You seem to understand the difference between trying to run the place versus setting the direction for the place. One of the things I said to you last time was be more interested in results than process. You should determine what results you're looking for in a lot of different areas, and then let these campuses get to that in a lot of different ways. But you look for results. Campus autonomy is very, very important, but you've got to make sure of that. Everybody needs accountability. Everybody needs a check. Everybody needs a timeline. And so go forth and do good, and any way I can help, I'll be glad to do it. So,
Thank you so very much, Tom.
Thank
This
you
has
all
been
very much.
very helpful. Let's see. Now, do we need to move straight into the board meeting, Larry? Is that kind of, I know that we have Kathleen is on a timeline, and I would like to make sure she's here for the major discussions.
Can I just do a follow-up here?
Please.
I just think this time Dr. Meredith has been so helpful to us. I mean, it has to me. And I think as a board, we have one chance now to get this right.
Yeah.
And this is it.
Yeah.
This is our opportunity to follow the guidelines that you've laid out for us. And I personally really appreciate the time, the effort that you've put into assisting us. Thank you.
As do I. Thank you, Kathleen. Any other comments before we?
Well stated.
Agreed.
Very good. Why? That's good. That is good. Well, then I think that since we're still in order, I think we'll move to the regular meeting agenda. Item number 1 is approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, second.
Madam Chair, before
Oh.
you move, did you and I just had a quick conversation about adding something to the agenda relative to setting timelines, Dr. Meredith, to talk
correct.
about or anything like that? Did
Yes,
you want to do
okay.
that?
Thank you. In fact, so we have the second, so now we can actually discuss this, and we do need to add a timeline and discussion on members for these different ad hoc committees. And so, do I have a motion to approve those additions to the agenda? Thank you. Second.
Second.
All right. Christie?
Mr. Shaft?
Shaft votes yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Dr. Jelmstead?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Cannot get her voice to come through, so she will text me answers as appropriate.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Board Chair Diedrich?
Yes. Okay. Item number 2, approval of the meeting minutes from October 2nd, October 30th, and November 6th.
So moved.
Thank you, Chris.
Second.
Thank you.
Dr. Jelmstead?
Yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert? Ms. Nesset? Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Schaaf?
Schaaf votes yes.
Board Chair Diedrich?
Yes. Okay. Item number 3 is the board chair's report, but instead of reading the column that I sent out to the listserv, I would instead like to just discuss what we just undertook here in the self-assessment and tell the board members how pleased I am with how this was handled. I think Dr. Meredith said it best when he said everybody was very honest. You took this seriously, and I think we have some really good information here to move forward. And with that, I would like to add this next agenda item, the one that we just added, to discuss this timeline and also the committee structure that we would like to have for these ad hoc committees. Most important to me, even though we had 4 of them, I think that the search and the legislative relations are the ones that I'd really like to address now and get a timeline down, because we're coming up to the session beginning in January, and we also are going to consider having a special meeting in December, on December 9th, to discuss the search. And I think what we had on that agenda might be a little different now, depending on what we decide to do with the search committee and the consultant that we hire. So I'd like to open it up for discussion on, first of all, the search, and get some feedback from committee members as to, first of all, if you're interested in being on that ad hoc committee, or if it should be a full board again, like we are having for the search. Okay. And then, if not the full board, who else would we like to have involved in that discussion? Mr. Schaaf?
Madam Chair, just because of the timeline with the chancellor search, I think that committee really needs to be the board.
Okay.
I just don't see where we're going to be able to schedule ad hoc committee meetings and then report to the board and have to, all the process that goes with that. Plus, what's going to come out of that is a lot of what was discussed today. Well, obviously, who do you want as a search firm, or and identifying what kind of a chancellor we want. But for the most part, those are discussions that I think we need input from everybody on the board. And because of the timeline, that's just one area that probably doesn't lend itself to an ad hoc committee.
I agree with you. Dr. Scogan?
Madam Chair, if I may, my suggestion to the board would be this. December 9th is already scheduled as the first search committee meeting. By that time, we have right now, the RFP is already out for the consultant, and by that time, I will have selected a consultant and we will have contracted. One of the issues on that draft agenda for that meeting is the chancellor's profile, which gets exactly to this conversation that you've been having with Dr. Meredith today. So I would suggest that we plan on December 9th being a full meeting, for as long as it takes. And in the meantime, what we will do is, as you know, Madam Chair, we've had the roles and responsibilities meetings. I've got the draft of the changes to the original roles and responsibilities report, minor stuff, but it does get right to the heart of this, the role of the chancellor in the university system. So what I will do between now and then is I will be able to get that out to the roles and responsibilities members. We'll have a consensus on that language, and then we can use that as talking points on December 9th in developing this profile for the chancellor, what you're exactly looking for. And Mr. Schaaf is right in his comments earlier. You want to do that before you're making your selection, I think. And so I think we're in a good place to have all of that conversation, the roles and responsibilities input, the consultant in place and all that, for a really good substantive meeting on the 9th of December.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, will our consultant, they'll be in place so they could participate in that
Yes.
meeting? Okay.
Correct.
That's good.
And since we're integrating this likely into the National Chancellor Search, maybe we don't necessarily need to have an ad hoc per se, but we can just integrate it as part of our natural search
Yep.
processes.
Yep. Yep, that's correct. All right.
Well, we had that time in there. We were looking at about a 2-hour meeting, but you may want to extend that now based on this conversation today, is to dedicate more time to that. Originally, we thought 1 o'clock, and just from a logistical point of view, travel in the morning, have the meeting, and then leave in the afternoon. But what we can do, Christy, is we could make lodging arrangements, have folks come in the night before, and then just get started. And I clearly heard from the assessment that the board doesn't want to rush through these important decisions, and therefore we don't set the timer and say that we're going to be done by 11:30. Rather, start at 8:30 or something, and we don't leave the room until you guys have made up your mind on what that profile would look like. That would be my suggestion.
Board members, comments?
With regards to an ad hoc subcommittee, I would concur with the majority of opinion that we're hearing, that I don't think it's really necessary. I think that we've decided on the composition search committee, and so I think we need to just move forward and really put together, but we need to do the heavy lifting on the 9th about what type, and there's going to be a lot of opinions about what type of chancellor we want to pursue and ultimately hire. And I think that's going to be a healthy discussion to have, and will perhaps, looking at historical searches in the past, maybe we'll avoid some of those pitfalls that have been problematic. As far as the meeting itself, just let us know what time we need to be there.
Yeah, I think we'll be viewing this, as Dr. Meredith said, more as a retreat. I mean, we're just going to get in there and work on this, and we'll come out with an answer. Okay. As far as the second item, the legislative relations, I'd like some input from board members. I think when Mr. Schaft mentioned a lobbyist of some type, is that the direction we want to go, or do we just form an ad hoc right now and try and get that done before the session? Seems as though we've got an awful lot to do in a very short amount of time, but, yes, Dr.
I'd like to go down the same road that Grant was with, having a professional, and maybe refer to them as a relations specialist who would assist us as a board. And I think it goes both ways, so that it's not just us being in the legislature, it's also for the legislators to be able to communicate back to the board and know where to go. Personally, I would like to see that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Ms.
that's
Nissen.
something to be explored, but as Larry has probably, the light bulb's gone out, that's a budget
Right, I
consideration
was
too.
going to say, do we have
'cause
money?
Those folks don't do that for minimum wage, so, depending on whether it's somebody that we use internally within the system, if it's a position that comes into the system, or whether it's a true lobbyist. And I think that's maybe a discussion for Murray on that level too, as to what we can do from a lobbyist standpoint. But I do think, from a broad perspective, for board members who don't know, we've kind of swung a great distance from where we were. At one point in time, we had a Chancellor Getz, who had been Chief of Staff for the Governor, longtime legislator. We had, I think, 3 of us on the board who had been former legislators and had served in other roles. So we had a lot of people who had those types of connections, knew the legislative process. We can argue it might have been mixed results anyway with those people, me being one of them. But now you're getting close to the point where we don't have a lot of those same connections we used to have. And I think it's a reasonable question to ask whether having folks with those connections, how that worked. I mean, in some ways, I think it worked very well, but in others, not so well. And I liked at least the general outline that Tom gave, is that there is this point person with the legislature, and that helps. It doesn't mean that the board wants to be behind the scenes, but that day-to-day work that happens during the session, it doesn't fall on board members, it doesn't fall on the chancellors, the presidents, the chairman of the board. But I just don't know with the session coming up where it is, and I'd look to the chancellor what his thoughts are, just timeline, is this something we should be looking towards for next session, or is it something we can utilize now?
Madam Chair, first, I appreciate the recognition. It's a budgetary item. We'd have to take a look at the budget. But I think most importantly, and you're absolutely right, I think General Sogsveen and I would have to have a discussion about what we can do and what is wise to do at this particular point. And this is a rushing train coming at us right now. The 6th of January will be on us before we know it. So it may be a time right now where we're probably, we can have the discussion, and that can be part of the agenda we can put on for the 9th of December, just sort of the cleanup item out of this meeting at the 9th December, and let you know what our thoughts about that. There may be incredible restrictions for us even to have
Right.
this.
And Madam Chair, just briefly while we're on this topic, at that 9th meeting, for the chancellor's benefit, what might be helpful is, regardless of what we do on that issue, to start having a discussion as to, during the session, we've had different ways we've dealt with the process in past sessions. We've had, I think last session, the Budget Audit Committee kind of served as the legislative committee of the board, and I think we met on a weekly basis, and we had reports from the staff as to where bills were standing, what was coming up, issues with bills. We had different processes in prior sessions, but we might want to have a discussion as to how that goes. Most board members are not going to want to have a weekly meeting on where we're at with the legislature. I mean, a lot of it's legislative minutia, but that does have to take place. And so, I mean, I think we're getting to the time where at least the chair and the chancellor should start having that discussion as to how you want to handle that during the session.
Yes, Dr. Murphy.
One of the, I think, the key elements, I mean, I think we're talking about two different things. You know, a legislative liaison, I think I would prefer to something along those lines. But we're also talking about how do we build relationships, and building relationships isn't about talking about individual bills. It's learning and meeting people and understanding what that individual, what drives them, what's important to them. I mean, what Dr. Meredith was really talking about was a long-term plan of how do you build relationships with those people who, frankly, give us a tremendous amount of the budget. And so it's not talking about one bill or one building, but it's building that relationship so when we do need to move down that path, that we can do so seamlessly. And it's not necessarily a liaison who's really doing that. It's really, you know, carving out which board members are talking with which, building what relationships with whom, and really working on that. And I think that's an important distinction. I think both items are important, but I think the long-term strategy has to be to build those relationships and bridges.
Yep, I would agree.
And one thing that kind of stuck out a little bit to me is that before we can possibly even talk about the idea of sending somebody to the state legislature, we have to also identify as a board, what do we want that person to do? And that's a lot of things to figure out in such a short time span. And maybe that could be something the ad hoc can work on, is first and foremost, before we send somebody to state legislature, figuring out what would be our goals and objectives for that individual. And is this individual going to be primarily reporting to the chancellor or to the board? Things minutiae like that to make sure that we're doing the right thing and moving forward, as previous speaker noted.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Morton.
I fully agree with everything that's being said. I just think there's so many moving parts, and at the end of the day, the campus, the individual campuses are probably our best lobbyists and have built relationships. But I think I think we'd really be making a mistake to try to get something in place for this session, but it's something that certainly could be on our agenda, and particularly also when we have a new chancellor, get their input too.
Okay,
But
thank
to
you.
get ready for this legislative session, I just think would be very difficult.
Okay, so going back to what Dr. Scogan said earlier that we could put this on the special meeting agenda on December 9th and have a further discussion at that time instead of finalizing it today.
Oh, absolutely. And it may
Okay.
be a non sequitur for the very reasons Mr. Shaft has mentioned.
Okay. All right. All right, so I don't believe we have to take any action on that. Moving forward to board business. Item number 4, approve admission standards. Dr. Sonia Cowan. If it's red, it's on. Might have to get a little closer to it, I'm not sure.
Yeah, they just had it up.
They're working at getting your PowerPoint up.
I'm hoping you can hear me, if it's in the audio.
It's turned on. Okay,
Now
thank
it
you.
is.
Thank you. Chair Dietrich, members of the board, I shall be brief. The NUS Task Force on Admissions Index provided you with recommendations for the regional and research universities at your meeting on the 26th of June of this year. My intent today is to provide you with a brief review of those recommendations and to respond to any questions you may have with regard to revisions to those recommendations that were made on the 26th of June and that were presented to you in the meeting you had on the 2nd of October. As regards increasing standards for general admissions of first-time, full-time college students aged 25 years or younger on their first day of classes at North Dakota's public universities. The following is a quick review of the recommendations. May I have the next slide, please? Excuse me. Recommendations vary as regards the status quo for our regional universities. Valley City State University and Mayville State University paralleled now in the recommendations made to you in June, parallel those that were in existence for Dickinson State University. Essentially, the high school GPA of 2.0 existed at all of them, and in the recommendations made to you in June, Valley City State University and Mayville State University will now eliminate their ACT of no minimum to a minimum and raised it to a minimum score of 18. In the recommendations, only UND and NDSU have committed to increasing the minimum credits of North Dakota's high school core curriculum for that of an entering high school student would have completed successfully 13 core credits for those entering UND and NDSU in the fall of 2016, up to 14 credits or more by the fall of 2017, and up to 15 or more in the fall of 2018. No changes have been made to the recommendations for admission standards for the regional universities since those represented to you in the June meeting. Continue to look at the high school GPA, the ACT score, composite ACT score, and the completion of 13 or more high school core curricula. Again, the only ones that were going to increase it beyond 13 recommended would be UND and NDSU. Minot State University has provided high school GPA of 2.75 in the recommendations. This would be an increase from 2.5 that they currently have. Their ACT score of 21 will remain from those recommendations you had in June. and they were looking at 13 or more core courses, credits completed, but not increasing those 14 or 15 in the continuing years. In the recommendations to the board in June of this year, the task force recommended that at Minot State University, UND, and NDSU have the same admissions index. All three campuses raised their high school GPA from 2.5 to 2.75, and Minot State University raised its ACT from 2.0 to 2.5. Discussions during your October meeting guided further discussion amongst the chancellor and the presidents of those three universities. As a result, UND and NDSU increased the standards in their recommendations made to you at your meeting in October. Thus, UND and NDSU increased their high school GPA from 2.5 to 2.75 and a composite ACT from 21, which was retained by Minot State, and the two research universities then raised it to 22 and retained their high school GPA of 2.75 or higher and continue to support increases in the number of high school core curricula credits to a level of 15 by 2018. On this chart, you'll see board members had requested projections regarding the impact of increasing admissions standards at the universities. Those data were provided to you in June. As a consequence of delaying implementation of the recommendations made to the board in June, we were able to now provide you with today with the data for fall of 2014 for UND and NDSU. The projected spillage of enrollment, if you adopt the recommendations for admissions proposed today for UND and NDSU, could result in a loss of 6%. And of course, this would be in addition to any losses the campuses might experience when highly qualified students are admitted with high school GPAs and ACT scores that exceed the minimums proposed today. I'm prepared to address any questions you'd have of me, and I note that we also have among us today representatives from UND and NDSU who would also entertain your questions.
Thank you. Okay. All right,
I'll start the discussion. I just, this week was at the Midwest Higher Education Compact meetings in Milwaukee. And there were two words that just you heard constantly, and one was attainment, and one was access. By attainment, degree attainment. We really have, and there's some staggering numbers out there, some great data on the number of people that we will need with post-secondary education, whether it's a 2-year degree or a 4-year degree. The numbers that we need as we look down the road at 2020, at 2025, are really large. And our economy, we're just moving to an information technology, the information worker. And and when we talk about access, we have to figure out a way for that first generation, that student who's going to be the first one in their family to go to college. We are not attracting that particular, we got to do a better job of getting those people into a 2-year or a 4-year school. And then minorities, we just have to do a better job there. I'm talking about the United States, higher ed. We also, and then the attainment. So I guess I'm very comfortable with really taking a chance if the standards are a little bit lower. I'm a little more comfortable than I was maybe 6 months ago to address the access issue. I'm also comfortable, as I've stated before, I'm comfortable with the fact that we had our professionals who get up every day focused on these kind of issues, come together, meet, discuss, and present us with which I think are very reasonable standards. I'm happy to see that there's going to be an increase as far as core courses at the 2 research schools, and I guess I like what I see here.
Okay, thank you.
I would agree with Don, and I think to move the discussion forward, I would move the proposed motions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion?
Madam Chair, just for purposes of clarification, when we were adopting the strategic plan, the motion before us was that we approve the task force. I don't recall the wording, whether it was the recommendation or the report. I had issue at that point in time with the overall report, some of the conclusions that were driving the report. But at the end of the day, the admission standards as set, I'm satisfied with those. So if the motion is to adopt what's been presented as the admission standards, I'm in support of that. Personally, I don't want to adopt that full task force report at this point in time. I think that probably has a lengthier discussion that needs to happen. I would say that perhaps a lot of what I wanted to address today is perhaps alleviated if there is an ad hoc committee on admission standards. And the reason I say that is it's really the first time we've had this discussion in my 8 years on the board, as a board, overall admission standards at the campuses, aside from some routine reports. My thought is that this needs to be a continuing discussion with this board. To watch what happens, we've notched the research up a little bit, and we have some projections as to what we could see with regard to enrollment, but it's important for this board, and this will be after I'm gone, to be able to monitor and see how that goes. I am going to provide the board, and I'm unfortunately I hadn't seen this earlier in the discussion, but a lot of what has been addressed regarding the impact on our enrollment with increased admission standards was already addressed by the University of North Dakota a number of years ago out of their economics department, a significant paper entitled Assessing the Effects of Increased Admission Standards, and I will provide the board with a copy of this so you can see it. But it's a very good discussion of this argument about accessibility, about the reputation of the campuses, about what role admission indexes plays in the reputation of a campus, what role that reputation plays into the caliber of students that come to that campus, and what effect that ultimately has on enrollment. And ultimately, the report concludes that it's a positive thing, particularly for the research institutions, to continuously seek to raise their reputation, which is related to retention rates and graduation rates, which is related to admission standards and the quality of students you bring in. And I think it was a great suggestion to have an ad hoc committee on that, because I do think it's something that this board is going to need to address on a regular basis to see what happens either way. But if we're talking today for the limited purpose of what's been proposed for the admission standards for these campuses right now, I'm in support of that motion.
Okay. And I believe that is what the motion is, to move forward with our admission standards. Okay? So
I would just add on to what Grant has said. I've always gone back to the Big Ten schools and saw the Big Ten schools raise standards, and as they raised standards, they dropped, but then they eventually came roaring back. I think we're in a different situation. We're in such a rural part of the world, and so I don't know what's going to happen. I certainly hope that by raising standards that we attract more students, but there is that wild card of being in such a low population part of the world that I think creates some risk for us. I wish I knew, but I don't.
Ms. Hoffer.
Madam Chair, so one of the things that the board has looked at over the years is raising our graduation and retention rates. And if we're raising the admission standards to this level at our two research institutions, is there any research done on what that does to our graduation and retention rates?
Intuitively, it should raise them.
Okay.
Well, Madam Chair, there is a simple answer, but it's difficult in implementing. I think anybody across the board will say put a gun to an institution's head and say, we want your graduation rates and your retention rates up, and that's all we want, very quickly they'll raise their admission standards. That's kind of a no-brainer, but as Mr. Morton indicates, there is this residual effect, and it depends on the campus and location and all of these things. What's important, though, is that during my term on the board, Tom addressed earlier, he said, you should let the campuses handle these things. And I'm not pointing fingers at this group of presidents, really, because a lot of this was with the presidents that were here when I came on the board. But at that point in time, right after the roundtable discussion, we kind of adopted that. All right, we all generally agree. We want retention rates better. We want graduation rates up. Go do your thing without any specific guidelines from the board. But what we saw is they either flatlined or they got worse over time. And so part of this discussion about driving admission standards from the board level was some recognition that this was not getting done at the campus level. All right? And we were having annual reports from the campuses. And so back to having a continuous discussion about admission standards, I think that keeps the board engaged almost on an annual basis to say what happened when we raised standards, what effect has it been having. We've got the new dashboards. You can look at that moving forward. But I would, and I would encourage you to read what UND put out on this. But I would encourage you, if you find that the research schools particularly seem to fare well, and they don't have catastrophic results of inching these up, don't be afraid to continue to move down that road carefully. Because I do think that is the one thing that we've heard in a general theme, is that we're at the point as a state where we've been funding our institutions really well. Our facilities, particularly at the research institutions, are getting to be where regionally they're some of the best facilities, the campuses. And so there's that general expectation that the overall reputation of the campus is going to start to get better. Now, that is not to mean that it's not good already. I'm saying get better. And there's many ways you can measure that. And we've had that discussion before. But I think you would find some consensus out there that that's generally what they're looking for. And I think the admission standards is a primary driver to that. Again, to the motion, I support the motion, but I think it's important for us to keep our fingers in this moving forward.
Yep.
Grant, I think you said it very well. I think what you're saying is, if you're good, why not be better? If you're better, why not be the best? And I think that's what we're striving here for.
It's interesting, when you look at student graduation rates and retention rates, we are not where we should be by a long shot. And if this gives us the opportunity to raise those retention and graduation rates up a little bit, it is worthwhile pursuing, bar none.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And so I think the more that we do to work towards the goal of doing both of those things is well worth it. And this is one step that actually makes our strategic plan now complete.
Correct.
So I'm, again, I'm very much in favor of the motion.
Dr. Melliker, I think I'm getting pretty close to calling this question, because I think we're all in agreement on here. And the strategic plan does address this, and I think when we work with the assessment of the president and how we're going to do that, that'll be addressed as well. So I don't know that we have to go into any more detail on this today.
I do have one more brief comment. And I agree with the previous motion, but this is a brief comment. Looking at the possible financial implications, even though I do agree with the motion and I do agree intuitively that this should improve retention, it's important to also do an ongoing analysis to make sure that this is indeed, at the very least, correlating with increased retention, at the very least. And then to also keep in mind the possible financial implications to see if it does, for whatever reason, if these new enrollment standards do negatively impact enrollment at the campuses, and then address them as we go.
And I think we'll have that data going forward, and we have the tools to analyze that data.
Right.
And we have people that can analyze that data. But Grant's right, we got to stay focused on it. We're going to have the data that's going to help us.
Okay, so when we have a vote, please.
Ms. Reichert?
Did she say yes?
Mr. Schaff?
Schaff votes yes.
Dr. Meliker? Yes. Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Dr. Jelmstead?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert? Board Chair Diedrich?
Yes.
Yes.
Here she
Thank
is.
you.
Okay. Item number 5, approve the high-performance computing. Dr. Josh Reedy.
We have someone on by phone, so just making certain that they.
Okay.
All right, I think we're ready to get started.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Tom DiLorenzo, Provost of the University of North Dakota. I'm just going to take a minute to queue up this discussion. In preparation for this, I was thinking about my own life. I love my job in higher education, I truly do. But there are times that I wish I could start my adult life over. At this time in history, there are so many possibilities for careers, to innovate, to be entrepreneurs, for exciting lives, not just for our students, but for our entire state. And I'd like to show you one of my favorite quotes. The jobs in the greatest demand in the future don't yet exist and will require workers to use technologies that have not yet been invented to solve problems that we don't yet even know are problems. With that, Josh.
Thank you, Tom. And I have Lisa, and we have an individual by telephone as well that we will ask to speak momentarily. Good morning. I look forward to this presentation, and I say that because this is one of the most exciting topics that we've worked on. And the reason I think it's so exciting is you can feel that it's right. Not only the timing, but the need is right for the state of North Dakota. And so my comments will be brief, but I do invite you to ask any and all questions that you may have. I have 3 points of emphasis today. Really, we want to talk about what we believe is the new natural resource, and that is data. We want to talk about the current environment that we have right now, and we want to talk about how we can progress as a system. And by doing so, I think we can do some amazing things. As I said before, a quote from the IBM CEO that big data is the world's natural resource for the next century. I would challenge you to imagine an area of research, an area of economic development that does not rely upon data, whether that's seen or unseen. It is the world that we live in today and a primary driver for the request that we're making of you. If you look across the sectors, be it energy, be it unmanned aircraft systems, be it medicine, be it agriculture, even our own government, medicine, private and public business, the notion is they all have a need to store, process, and deliver data. A quote that I enjoy is from the current United States Secretary of Energy, where he says the next stage of high-performance computing development will require an unprecedented level of cooperative effort among the private sector, national labs, and academia. And I find this most useful because if you've been paying attention to the news, you would see that 5 days ago, the United States Department of Energy awarded $425 million to national labs for the sole purpose of supercomputing technologies and the next generation of those technologies. Again, it is the world that we live in, and it would be very useful to, I believe, the state, to our institutions, to many others in North Dakota to have dedicated resources in this area.
To give you a sense of where we're at and what our environment is, the first you'll see is a popular quote that 90% of the world's total data was produced within the last 2 years. That is an amazing fact, and a fact that I think will continue to evolve. I'm going to speak in terms of unmanned aerial systems. Right now, if you look at the larger aircraft, they have the ability to transmit 1.3 terabytes of data per hour. And this is one aircraft. If you think about packs of aircraft, you soon see that the amount of data being transmitted and that we're being asked to work with is tremendous. To give you a comparison, based upon the flight log data that we currently log, 1 hour of that data would be equivalent to roughly 1.4 billion years worth of flight ops data. And in rough terms, we have the current capacity to realize about 1 month of that potential. And that's just an illustration. Next, I would like to introduce Jay Bissot. Jay has roots in Texas, and I think could be considered a high-performance computing expert. Jay visited us in North Dakota, and he visited us for the purpose of reviewing the concept that we're about to present to you. And I think he would like to take a moment to talk with you about the state of high-performance computing. And we've had some phone trouble, so I am hoping that Jay can hear me, and if so, Jay, would you please introduce yourself and speak?
Sure, I'm Jake Boisseau. Hello?
Keep speaking, Jay. You're breaking up a little bit. Let's hope that it works.
Okay, I'm about to post the phone here. Yeah. Is that coming through okay?
Yes, now it is.
Okay, well, Josh, thanks for having me on, and I wish I could meet everybody in person, but I'm actually at the annual International Supercomputer, which is in New Orleans this week. And so in some ways, that's excellent. That's the context for this particular topic. There are about 12,000 people from around the world, companies, universities, technology makers, research laboratories. They were all assembled here this week to discuss the importance of supercomputing and the opportunities provided by it. And so I've been doing supercomputing for about 20 years, and I'd say that this is easily the most exciting time in the field because it's of a wide topic of so many new innovations in technology space and in the application of it. And one of the things that was really interesting to me when I visited North Dakota was the opportunity that North Dakota has with the unmanned aerial systems program, with the strong agriculture and industry, and the opportunity to do precision agriculture. Of course, the energy sector there is second challenge, that's only the United States. Tremendous opportunities there, and these are places where high performance and the data analysis enabled by that can make tremendous impact in the years ahead. And the one thing that really struck me, though, when I visited Josh, was that the universities in North Dakota are well behind what many of the other universities that I work with. I love working with Josh and hearing his vision, what he'd like to create at the higher state. And so I really look forward to this. I hope Data Persona moves forward with this because having built the supercomputing system myself in Texas, I assure you that the researchers and companies look for leadership and they look for opportunity to learn more. And they'll follow a leader because there's no question about the impact of high-performance computing. Somebody needs to lead the way. And so this is a tremendous opportunity to create a unified state. And that's actually challenging in a lot of states for various political reasons and historical reasons. But this plan seems to be a great way to move forward and really build something for North Dakota that will benefit academia and state.
Thank you, Jay.
I'm seeing an echo on my end. I don't know if you all got all that. I hope so. But
Yes, thank you, Jay.
I
You were broken up, so we'll ask you to mute, and I apologize. We've been having some phone issues this morning. But I think in essence, it would be fair to say that Jay views the value of this opportunity coming from the University of Texas, Austin, and the importance of high-performance computing at that institution, and acknowledges that due to the size of our institutions, the size of our state, this is an opportunity for us to work together to play on a national and international stage.
Yes.
To talk about the notion of a system approach, we have to go back in time a little bit and acknowledge the accomplishments and the foresight others have had already. The first is the inception of the Northern Tier Network, funded, I believe, in 2007, driven by the leadership of former Vice President for Information Technology at NDSU, Bonnie Neese. The Northern Tier Network is an existing collaboration between North Dakota State University, the University of North Dakota, and the state of North Dakota. Right now, our own Mark Wallman from NDSU is the president of the Northern Tier Network Consortium. This was a fundamental step, and in essence, this is the fabric that connects the state and connects us to the world in terms of research data. It is an unparalleled network in terms of speed and reliability, and it gives us the chance to work with others, not only within the state, but outside of the state. The next step, which happened in 2011, was the funding of state-of-the-art IT facilities. Those IT facilities, including the data center you see in the lower right-hand corner, put us in the driver's seat in terms of the region. We have wonderful facilities. We have the only Tier 3 data center that I am aware of in the upper Midwest for public purposes. And those of you who were involved with the planning process, many of which are in this room, acknowledged the need for a data center and actually an expanded data center for the purpose of high-performance computing. And it is the one facility that we have that will house a high-performance computing system or supercomputer of greater capability than anyone in the state currently has. So to review those steps, 2007 there was the Northern Tier Network, 2011 the IT building, and I think what you're seeing is the last step to make use of those resources and to really enhance the effectiveness of our research institutions, but of all of the North Dakota University system and also the state, including those that make home in the state and are in the form of private and public partners. What we're looking to do is to make a top 500 list, and this is a list of the 500 most powerful supercomputers in the world. And by working with a group of individuals, an aspirational goal was to make that list. That would be in terms of being relevant in the world and something that most people could understand. And so when we achieved, or we looked to see what it would take to make that list, we soon realized that the University of Florida was a good institution to work with. The reason being is that in 2013, they were the lowest ranking public university on that list, meaning that they had just broken through and made an entry into the list. And they were very gracious and willing to share information with us that became the basis of the request in front of you. We understood what their commitment was in terms of hardware, what their commitment was in terms of staffing and operating. And I think the quote you see in the lower left-hand corner, which I believe is from their president, is very meaningful. I'll draw your attention as well to a fact that by making that list, the top 500 list, that there's roughly a $2.4 million return on investment for each slot or each spot that you're on that list. And I think that's simple in nature in that it defines your commitment to putting the resources necessary into research and economic development, commercialization. The budget breakdown that we are requesting that you support is roughly $10 million one time for hardware, and this would get the presence through roughly 2 cycles of hardware, and that would be sized to make the top 500 list. Mind you, all of this was validated with Jay, the gentleman who was just on the telephone. We would also be seeking an annual commitment of roughly $2 million for staff and $1.2 million for operating. Again, these numbers are consistent with the University of Florida. We feel confident in these numbers, that they've been vetted, and that they are legitimate. If we go beyond the numbers, we see that perhaps the largest investment, as we indicated before, is paid in the way of the facilities, in the way of the Northern Tier network. So our infrastructure is in place, and then this is simply a restatement of the $3.2 million ongoing annual commitment and $10 million for one-time funds. If you think about timing, I'm going to go back to this slide. I believe it was either this week or last that Mid-Continent announced their gigabit service coming online in the next couple of years. So if you're asked why now, why the timing, I think the time is right. I think it's part of a natural sequence, and it puts North Dakota in a good position. And when I say North Dakota, I don't just say the research institutions, I say all of North Dakota. This is good for the state. This is good for all of us. I'll leave you with a quote from the United States Council on Competitiveness, and that's actually their motto, which is to outcompete is to outcompute. And we believe that is certainly the case in North Dakota as well. Questions that you may have and comments perhaps, Lisa, that you would like to make?
One of the things that is unique about this proposal in terms of perhaps past supercomputing that have been looked at with the university system is that this is truly based on a public-private partnership. So there are private sector partners that we envision and already have, I believe, some that will be announced if this goes through, that are looking at using the facilities. And not all HPC facilities allow private use of computing. And so Senators Hoeven and Heitkamp both agreed that to go forward with this proposal, we needed private partners. And so that is one of the things that we have very definitely looked into.
Thank you, Lisa. And if I might add, you see that this is a concept. There are numbers, but there's a great deal of planning that we need to take place if this notion is supported. And I would expect that that planning and that cooperation take place with all the institutions in the university system and with state government and private partners as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I believe the board has the proposed motion. I think before we go into any major discussion on it, make sure that you've read what it is we're actually moving here. It says the state board supports hosting enhanced high-performance computing resources in the form of a collaborative center for computation and data intended to serve the state, including all North Dakota universities and companies choosing to participate. Furthermore, the board requests inclusion of such resources in the governor's executive budget, similar to that of the Northern Tier network. So I guess considering what our motion is, I'd like to open it up for discussion, and of course we can amend this motion, we can put forth whatever we like, but board members, comments?
Madam Chair, for Josh, and correct me if I'm wrong, Josh, but when we went through the process of building the data center, that's now the IT facility at UND, I remember we went through a lot of variations in what we were actually going to build. It was a fluid thing. Some of it was just the technology. And I do remember that when we got to the actual legislative session, we had some issues that we might not get all the funding we wanted. We talked about scaling back that facility. And in large part, I think, if I remember correctly, what drove building the facility that we have was to be able to have the future capacity to do things like this. Some of it we didn't really know what it might be down the road, but the idea was that we would have this facility that could house things like this. So I support the motion, but in large part it's because we already put a chunk of money into this facility for this purpose. And that's why I think it's important to realize that previous boards envisioned that this type of thing would come before us, that we would have to fund it. I know very little about supercomputing, but I do know that in the discussions of building that facility, that this was exactly what was anticipated we would be doing with the facility. Not only would it be a university system facility, but it would be able to house things that would be beneficial to the entire state, and this seems to fall right into that line of thinking.
Thank you. Yes, Kathleen.
Madam Chair, I have a question. What happens if we don't move forward with this? Perhaps the group could kind of, where does it lead us if we don't fund this?
I guess perhaps I should ask Dr. Reedy.
Certainly. Right now, we have a request that was made through the governor's office to put such funds in the Department of Commerce. The governor elected to be supportive of this in concept, but felt that higher education was the right destination. And so I think by virtue of this motion, it is trying to support the notion that now is the right time and that the board is supportive of these resources being in higher education. To get to the point of what doesn't happen, I can tell you that just this Monday, we had a meeting with several individuals on campus, including the Dean of the Medical School, Dean of Aerospace Sciences, and there is a pent-up need already for additional resources. At the University of North Dakota, I can speak most directly to that there is not sustainable funding for high-performance computing. Much of our high-performance computing resources are derived from EPSCoR funding and funding provided by the President's office, but certainly not sustainable and certainly not on the level that we're promoting. So I would say that right now we're behind and we will continue to get further behind. And I can also tell you that we are working with a Fortune 100 company right now that would very much like to engage in research and development with the University of North Dakota. However, ongoing work with that company would be precluded by a lack of resources as well. That's just an example.
Would it be safe to say that there is support for this in other areas, but that the preferred channel would be through the higher education?
I think that's a great analogy. I think this is a service that higher education can offer to the state. I think what makes this proposal somewhat unique is that many large institutions that may be on the top 500 list often lock those resources behind closed doors, and it's for NSF or NIH type funding. I think the concept here would to invite all 11 institutions to use this resource as state government and private entities, which makes us unique, but I think it also makes North Dakota more attractive, and it complements many of the primary sectors that you saw on a previous slide.
Thank you.
Okay, so question, Josh. Where do you see any risk with this? I mean, we're putting in 10 million, and then we have the staff operating budget of 3.2. What's our risk factor?
I think there's more of a risk of not putting these resources forward and paying a higher price for lost opportunity than there is a risk moving forward. I think the challenge for us moving forward is to make good on this resource and to develop those private and public partnerships. I think working with the Department of Commerce, that is very much possible. And as a matter of fact, I think this is an opportunity for our research institutions in particular to step up to the plate and continue to deliver more results. And perhaps we even challenge ourselves to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Chair, I do have a question about the private-public partnerships that I think Lisa had referred to. Would those partnerships just take care of your expenses of $3 million, or is there the opportunity for some private-public partnerships to help with the $10 million of the setting up the software and the program?
Great question, and I think a realistic goal is to try to have this center be self-sustaining over time. If you were to talk with Jay and the University of Texas Austin's Advanced Computing Center, they have a very modest appropriation based upon their total operating budget, but that is a result of them writing their own grants, them obtaining overhead from NSF and NIH type funding, and doing limited contractual work. I think early on that we would perhaps have an opportunity to do more focused work with companies, and I think this complements our Research North Dakota program as an example well through the Department of Commerce. So the ultimate goal would be to do that. As a matter of fact, we explored what that might take, and I think in the course of 5 to 10 years, if we raise our bar high enough, we can get closer to making this self-sustaining as opposed to the budget you have in front of you. I would like to think of it this way, that people may ask, why are we spending this money and what is high-performance computing now? But in 10 years, people can look back and say, wow, what a great investment for that amount of money.
And will this have any effect on innovations that happens at any of the other 11 universities and colleges in this system?
I hope that has a profound effect on them and their ability to
In the
innovate.
positive way, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Murphy?
Couple questions. So one of my concerns is it big enough? Okay, I mean, we have some real limitations in doing metabolomics work that didn't make the epigenetics. Should have probably been right next to it there. But when you start looking at metabolomics and you're getting terabytes of data off of one run off the mass spec, and you know, it's like trying to find enough closet space to store all this stuff, all right? And so, you know, one of the questions I have, especially as you're thinking this is system-wide, is what you're proposing really big enough, and what do you think is the longevity of this system, and when will we have to ultimately migrate to something new?
Great question, and I think that is something that we wrestled with Jay in particular. Jay has built 3 of the top 14 supercomputers in public universities in the United States, if I'm not mistaken. We felt that having a presence similar to the University of Florida would be an appropriate first step. I would like to think that if funding for this type of initiative is sustained by the state and we actually can accomplish greater amounts of research, greater amounts of economic development, that this has a snowballing effect and that we have the opportunity to purchase more. Right now, as proposed, the one-time funding for hardware would give us 2 cycles, and so that would be in the 8 to 10-year range. I view this as seed money, quite frankly. Having the staff and the operating being sustainable is helpful, but like I said, if we put our best foot forward, I would like to think that you will see a great deal of fruit from this endeavor.
Because I've heard a lot about NIH and NSF, and we know that federal funding is difficult in this funding climate, especially outside of the right or left coast, and that, you know, certainly a certain amount of funding is reserved for certain institutions. Whether we want to say that at the national level or not, you know, isn't always said, but it's sort of the reality. The rest of us end up fighting over the scraps. And I think, one, to enhance our capacity in this area, as certainly within the medical schools we move forward, epigenetics and metabolomics, but certainly the UAS missions, certainly some of the missions we've seen, Sunrise, and some of the elements that are coming out of the biofuels area, this becomes a really important consideration. And I think one of the problems we've had on the research side has been having the capacity to do projects. And that should never be a limitation. You know, I think from the faculty perspective, we obviously strongly support this moving forward. I know a number of colleagues have been working on it over the years who have had problems doing the research that they do. I think the idea that the state would be taking a leadership position to allow private industry also to work within this network is important. The concern I have, of course, is size. And the other concern is the idea that I think we ought to really be thinking about, this is so strategic for the state, that we ought to be thinking about long-term funding of this as just another element of business as usual for a system. And I strongly support this moving forward. The faculty strongly support this moving forward. And we urge the board to support this motion with a positive affirmation.
All right, thank you, Dr. Murphy, for sharing the faculty perspective.
Dr.
on
Dietrich?
this. Yes.
If I may, first I promise, unlike Dr. Murphy, that I will not use words that none of us have ever heard before. Secondly, Dr. Reedy mentioned the Department of Commerce a couple times, and I just want to add that last week I met with Commissioner L. Anderson on this very focused topic, and he is incredibly supportive of this. He does not see this as just about higher education, that this is a mechanism to attract businesses or business functions into the state.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hopper.
Madam Chairman, Dr. Reedy, so with the $2 million that is for support and staff, how many FTEs do you envision that would include?
Get back to the budget. Great question. The notion that we have, again, similar to the University of Florida, would to have in the ballpark of 15 FTEs, as well as graduate assistants, postdoctoral fellows. I don't think that the exact mixture, we would have right now, but understanding that it's a sizable investment in people. And I guess that's a great point to make, in that this is far more than just the hardware, it's the people. It's mathematicians, it's statisticians, those that can write the code, those that can take care of the hardware. I think by far the most useful will be those that work with faculty. Right now we have an environment where too often our faculty are burdened with doing this. And frankly, I'm a reviewer for the Competitive Research Grant Program in South Dakota, which is a seed money program. And I have to tell you, I do not see high-level proposals progressing now or certainly into the future that do not have an aspect of high-performance computing or the capacity to work with big data. I just don't see that. So the people are by far the most important.
And just a quick follow-up, what kind of jobs, and you kind of touched on that, what kind of jobs would these be?
These would be jobs that we would hope to attract highly educated individuals that have an IT background for server administration, but more so those that have a background in high-performance computing, mathematics, scientific computing. You could possibly take a path to have some of those positions that are discipline-specific, so those that work with health science fields, those that may work in fluid dynamics and engineering, those that focus on data.
So Dr. Reedy, do our institutions have these programs so that we can train them right here and move them in?
As a matter of fact, at the University of North Dakota, the program that comes to mind is the scientific computing program, where we've worked with a smaller company called Data Vortex, that has an exciting piece of hardware that was actually debuted last night on a riverboat in New Orleans, where I was planning to be. But that company, as an example, has two graduate assistants, that are working with that project, that are part of the scientific computing PhD program. And so that's just one example of where students could come from. But if you look at the University of Texas Austin and their affiliate program, it's quite interesting how they are supported by private industry, and not for the purpose of accessing these resources, but for the purpose of workforce development and having qualified individuals that can come into their businesses. The petroleum industry, as an example, makes great use of these resources and the individuals that are qualified to work within such environments.
Okay. Mr. Morton, do you have anything to share?
Larry, have you, at the cabinet level, has this been discussed?
It is not.
Is there any input
not in cabinet. I've had this conversation with Dr. Kelly and Dr. Brashani privately. We've had a conversation, but it has not been discussed at the full cabinet.
And the governor's, from what I understand, the governor's looking for us to, he's behind it, he's looking for approval from the state board. Do any of the other presidents have input?
Oh, yes. I think, Dr. Darling.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we would make good use of it with our precision ag program and some of the UAS things that we're doing. we do not currently have any capacity for the amount of data we will generate. So it would be a huge advantage for our program.
Okay, thank you. I believe we have a question from Ms. Reichert.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I guess my question is just, knowing that big data, data analytics, data science, data mining are all, growing areas of demand in the marketplace. Do we have plans to develop programming on our campuses around that? I know you mentioned the one program that's currently there, but I think even, there will be many programs that could possibly be designed using this investment in this infrastructure and could be very attractive, as you point out, this being a fairly unique investment. So, and I know some of those they're probably graduate level programs, but just wondering if you can foresee growing those types of programs in this obviously developing area.
I think to answer the question, simply yes. I see this as being a catalyst for not just the work that we do with our researchers, but the development of new types of education and possible degree programs, because this is the world that we live in. I would like to think that we can shift gears and begin to really focus our efforts in such areas.
Okay.
Well, and I would think that this would be an area where, we talk about bringing students in from out of state. To be on the leading edge of this would be a pretty cool thing, pretty attractive program, I think, for any of our schools. I'm assuming this is something that we could develop at both of our research institutions and utilize the same infrastructure.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have a question about the logistics of it. Larry, maybe you could help me with this. The governor's executive budget, when is the last time that things can be submitted to be considered by the governor, or is it a fluid type of position? And how does asking for $30 million affect the rest of the programs and the rest of the discussion that we already have had about some of the things that will be submitted to the governor?
My view on this is that the time for us to be submitting changes to our budget has long since passed, and the governor's budget is being finalized as we speak. What I see this process for us right now, to Mr. Morton's point, is that this is really a concept. There are many, many details to be worked out, and I believe that if this is going to move forward at all, if it's going to come out in any recommendation, I just believe that the governor would appreciate knowing that the State Board of Higher Ed is behind the concept.
Madam Chair, I think that's the important distinction is we're not taking this motion and adding a line item to our budget and asking for an amendment to our budget submission. This is something to say we're available to host this if you and the executive office choose to fund something like this.
Is this what would be my question? Like in the proposed motion, as Grant mentioned, there is no dollar amount. So my question then is, what if, for example, we say, yes, we commit to this, but then the governor in his budget, and even though Don said the governor does support this, what if it is less than what is needed for the proposed system? Do we want to actually tie in a dollar amount, or did we want to leave that up to the governor or system staff to figure out?
I can tell you that I would be reluctant to stick a dollar figure in.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're just showing our support
Good.
I
for
think the
this
folks
at the
back in
campus.
would probably want us to take that position.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, Dr. Bashani.
Have this on? I'm in an awkward position where NDSU has not been part of the conversation developing this or proposing it at a variety of different levels in the state. So it's difficult to make much comment. I guess I would have a question, because I'll be asked this, is what will the board's intention be for the board-approved existing high-performance computing facility and staffing that exists at NDSU right now, and the millions that have been put into that? Is the intention for this new and very exciting proposal to replace that? Or I don't know how those two pieces fit together, so I'd want to know the board's intention for your current high-performance computing facility and staff.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bashani. I think that's a good point. As far as what we currently have in place, will it be completely disabled, or is this in addition to, or how does this play out?
I think that's a great question, one of the many details that should be worked out moving forward. I can tell you that, again, this is not a new concept, and as a matter of fact, we worked with former NDSU Provost Rayford, and there's a string of email messages that indicate that cooperation. And I know that that work began September 12th and progressed through March. And at that point, my understanding is it was not a joint decision to move forward. And therefore, we took a step back and began working a route through the Department of Commerce. And the matters come full circle after meeting with the governor's office.
Okay, yes, Dr. Bashani?
I'm going to choose not to start diving into this, but I'm disappointed by Mr. Reedy's presentation of a lot of the facts and details, including what he just said.
Okay, thank you. So if I heard you correct, Dr. Reedy, this proposal started earlier, and it didn't come from the governor and Al Anderson to us. It came from our system or our university at UND and then went up, and then they, or how, I guess maybe a little bit of the historical background might be good.
I'll jump in. I think that we, in the three dots that were on the screen a couple of times, I think that this goes back many years where we started with a high tier and then we moved into the building. And so it's a natural outgrowth of discussions that have occurred for a really long period of time. I think what we were seeing over the last couple of years in the state of North Dakota is that the opportunities and possibilities are unlimited, and it's time to take that next step. And so we were thinking a lot about, well, what do we do next? And it goes back to Mr. Schaff's notions of, we built this building to go farther, and now's the time to do it, especially with the state that the state is in right now. We don't see this as replacing anything. We really think that this will build on. It's for the whole system, and we can all build on what our current capabilities are to take them to the next level. And so we've worked it that way, and the public-private partnership we think is so important, and that's what led us to talk to Mr. Anderson, and then he suggested the governor, and then we've talked a number of times with both, and it's that public-private piece that we've just been working really hard.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, Madam Chair, and the reality is that moving forward, the board needs to know this, that any of these types of proposals are going to happen at the IT facility that we built. It's the reason we built it. The legislature isn't going to fund these things and put it elsewhere. I mean, that's why we had an $18 million investment at a joint IT facility site that was selected by the board, the governor, and the legislature, and so that's why that facility is there, period.
Mr. Morton?
Tom, have you had discussions with your counterpart at NDSU on this project?
I did with the earlier provost. I haven't with the current provost.
Have you reached out to her?
Yeah, I think that we're both so new here at the state of North Dakota that we're both working very hard to try and enhance the capabilities of the whole system and our university. So I think that this proposal that you see in front of you is something that's great for the whole system, and we're excited about that.
Well, I asked a question, I already knew the answer. I've seen emails where you have reached out several times, so it appears that there has been some cooperation or some collaboration. If
Well, I think it is the case that we all believe that having these capabilities for the research universities, the system, and the state are incredibly important. And the devil's often in the details. How do you put all this together? because there are capabilities in the center. There are capabilities at NDSU. There are these kinds of things. At the other institutions, they're training people who fit these categories. So it's really the details that will have to be worked out. And I'm very hopeful that we'll all work together to make that happen.
Madam Chair, it's not before us where it's going to be hosted. It just says the system's supportive of hosting it. So
Well,
when the funds come through, somebody's going to tell us where it's hosted.
Yeah, and with today's technology, you don't have to be physically in that IT building. It's distributed computing, and it is 2014, and you don't have to be physically there. I think you've done some great work. I think there's a software company that's headquartered in Seattle that will have some great interest in something like this. Can we call the question, you think?
Yeah, I did. Do we have a motion yet, or we just started to discuss?
We never formally made a motion,
Pardon me?
in which case I will move to make the proposed motion as read.
Thank you.
Second.
Yes.
Dr. Melliker,
Yes.
Ms. Nesset, Mr. Morton,
Yes.
Dr. Johnstead,
Yes.
Mr. Schaff,
Schaff votes yes.
Ms. Reichert, Board Chair Diedrich.
Yes. All right, moving forward to item 6.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. We have draft legislation from Murray Sogsveen, but Murray is not here.
Yeah,
Did you-
Madam Chair, I'm handing it out right now, the proposal, and just so everyone knows, our thoughts today are with the Sogsveen family. The General Sogsveen and his siblings have gathered where his mother is in hospice and he could not be with us today. And so this is, what I'd like to explain is that probably most importantly here is the proposed motion. We are rapidly approaching a deadline of December 4 for pre-filing of any legislation. And so this is the kind of legislation that we're thinking about currently. And so the proposed motion is really to authorize me, after consulting with the chair, to pre-file appropriate bills with Legislative Council. Because obviously we're not going to have time between the 20th of November and the 4th of December to run all of those by the entire board. At this time, in the paragraph 3 on this, at this time, some of the things that we're looking at, and you know, this is an example of what we're looking at. Some of these are already pretty hard items in stone that we will be moving forward, and others are conceptual. To begin with, there's a couple of open records issue. You have talked today numerous times about evaluations. We've talked to many consultants on 360 evaluations. I know very early on when I assumed this office, we talked about doing 360s. All the consultants that we've talked to about doing 360s have said that there's got to be some sort of privacy to those evaluations. And so if we're going to have true 360s, would the legislature work on us on that? I don't know how far that will go, but that will be something that we will certainly talk about. As far as audit papers, the state auditor already has an exemption from open records in working papers, and so we'll see if we can get that for the auditor for the university system as well. The grants one is already being talked about by the interim committee on higher education, but we will follow that up if we have to propose legislation. Woods Hall renovation at Dickinson State, we will be proposing legislation on that. They're ready to go to work on it now, and we would like to get that approved with an emergency clause very soon in the session and not tied to our appropriation bill that, as all of us know, gets done at the very end of the session as opposed to up early, so that we can let President Costner and his folks go to work on that with the approval of the legislature. The purchase of some land, that's an NDSU proposal. Some maintenance work right now. We have requirements to retain architects and engineering for certain maintenance projects, and maybe we can lift the threshold on that. And then streamlining the demolition process. So these are some of the topics that are in conversation right now, and there may be others before the 4th of December. And I would just recommend approval of the motion as written so that I can work with General Sogsveen on these issues and bring them to the chair for approval before the December 4th deadline.
Second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Thank you, Christie.
Yes.
Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Dr. Gelmstead?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Mr. Schaff?
Schaff votes yes.
Board Chair Diedrich?
Yes. Item 7, approve cancellation of the board meeting for December 18th. Reason being, we'll have a number of board members out of the country at that time, I believe. And we will move to that second item, but let's see if we can first of all cancel the December 18th.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Schaff?
Schaff votes yes.
Dr. Meliker?
Yes.
Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Dr. Gelmstead?
Yes.
Board Chair Diedrich?
Yes. Item 8, approve special board meeting, I think, for December 9th. We'll have to do a little adjusting on that. It won't be at 1
And
o'clock.
Madam Chair, I would put time to be determined.
Time to
on
be
that.
determined.
But
Okay.
definitely December 9th.
December 9th is our timeline, yeah,
So moved.
in Bismarck.
I'll second it. Just a clarification. I guess after being around Measure 3, I've argued that we have a 10-member board, and I certainly believe that. And I think if we have a search committee, I think that the faculty rep and the staff rep should be people that are eligible to vote. I think they should be voting members of that committee. I've been on some search committees where you have a couple people on there that can't vote, and it's more confusing than it is. And I don't know if we've made a determination on that yet, but I think we should have a 10-member board to select the chancellor.
My recommendation would be to take this up at the December 9 meeting, because the entire board is invited to that meeting, and that can be an item that we can put on the first agenda item,
That's
to
fine.
have that conversation.
That's fine.
All right, so that's good. So Christie has that down, and perfect. Thank you.
Just as a quick question, because we talked about earlier about possibly having some other ad hoc business at this special board meeting, would that be possible?
I don't know how much is going to be, we would certainly, Mr. McKeon, want to keep that very, very limited, and
Right.
that, because it's a special meeting, it would actually have to go on the agenda.
Yep, I understand. That's why
yeah.
my question.
So that was just if, because we're canceling the December 18 meeting, if in fact there was some board business that had to be taken care of, we could add it on to the special meeting agenda. Right now, I have no idea how, but we will keep it limited.
Understood.
Very limited.
Understood.
Okay, did we? Yep.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Mr. Schaff?
Schaff votes yes.
Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Dr. Gelmstead?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Dr. Meliker?
Yes.
Board Chair Diedrich?
Okay, State Board of Higher Education, Academic and Student Affairs Committee recommendations. Ms. Reichert?
Hopefully you can hear me. Our committee met last week to discuss just one item, and that was the 6 tenure request that we had before us. And I'd mentioned at our last meeting, our committee had a discussion about tenure, and we want to make sure that we have the right information. And I think in the past, at least my feeling is the way our procedure for tenure requests is laid out doesn't really specify what we're looking for. And so we spent some time talking about the information we ought to have just to procedurally ensure that we've done our due diligence on our part to make sure that these individuals, who of course, we don't want to be questioning their credentials as much as that the procedures have been followed and proper channels have been traveled. And so taking a look at these once again, we had our provost and a representative of our provost from from NDSU on the call and walked us through these requests and the procedures, and we were pleased to recommend all 6 for approval.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have a motion?
Also move.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Dr. Gelmstead?
Yes.
Mr. Schaff? Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Board Chair Diedrich?
Yes. Item number 10, other board consent. Can we do this as a full consent agenda?
I believe you
did you-
can. I would defer to President Bershani if you have any questions on that, but you did get the materials with that.
Okay. Dr. Shine, did you want to add anything? Okay. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Christie?
Dr. Gelmstead?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Mr. Schaff?
Schaff votes yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Board Chair Diedrich?
Yes. Thank you. Okay, and I'm not sure if we noted this earlier, but the reason that we have reports and public comment at the end is as you might have noticed, Ms. Nessett had to leave. I think she was heading off to Bismarck again, so we will go back to our regular procedure at the next meeting. So reports and public comment. Item 11, Interim Chancellor's Report. Dr. Scogan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to report, and I emailed this out to all of you, we did receive a response from the Higher Learning Commission on their board action, and it was as we expected and anticipated. Just as a reminder, there were 4 items that the visit last spring was about in a complaint, saying that we were out of compliance as a result of the visit. They said, actually, you're in compliance with all 4 of them. 3 of them, they graded us with an A, and the 4th one with some concerns, and they articulated those concerns. And one of the concerns, incidentally, is the fact that there has been no board assessment. So we can check that off today. Another concern was there's no board orientation. We can check that off. Another was that there was no strategic plan. We can check that off. So I'm feeling very comfortable where we're at right now, and the board has the Higher Learning Commission has notified us that the board will come back next fall, and they will want an interim report from the system again on that criterion, and I'm very comfortable where we're at with that. And they also will do a focused visit that will just be on that piece as well. So we can be expecting that next fall, and we'll be going through that process. I should add, I was thinking about this as you were talking about graduation rates and so forth. One of the issues on here is, in fact, the issue of using data to make decisions. Do you learn from the data? And so we'll have an excellent opportunity for the board to demonstrate by next fall where that data has been used and decisions have been made based upon that data. And now the dashboard will be going live here, I think, 1 December. I'm looking over here at Lisa and Linda. The strategic plan dashboard will be going live 1 December, and you and anybody in the public can get on the dashboard and can see exactly where the data is at any given time. And so we will have that, and then decisions, I know the conversation about admission standards and so forth, decisions about whether or not there's going to be a new admission standards, whether they need to be raised or lowered or whatever this situation will be a demonstration of the Higher Learning Commission that the board, in fact, is using data and making those decisions based on that data. So I'm very pleased with how this entire Higher Learning Commission has worked out. I appreciate the board's support on that. I certainly appreciate the presidents and all the institutions and all the staff that have worked so hard over from the visit last April and working through all of that and making sure that we're checking all those boxes as we've been moving forward. So I'm pleased with where we are relative to the Higher Learning Commission, and next fall they'll come here on that one focused visit in response to a one focused interim report. Okay, the second topic to talk to you about today is the Dickinson State University Foundation. Today I'll report on the situation with the Dickinson State University Foundation. To begin with, it's vital that we all remember that a foundation is an affiliated organization to a university. Such organizations are extremely important to the success of our institutions across the system. They've participated in building facilities and raising funds for programming and scholarships. Millions of dollars are raised each year by our foundations and used for the benefit of your institutions and our students. but these are private organizations. Their funding is through the raising of private dollars. Their governance is by foundation boards made up of good, loyal individuals who dedicate their personal time for the betterment of the institutions they love. We're all indebted to the wonderful people who serve foundations and to the resources they provide our institutions and our students. We have 25 affiliated organizations attached to the university system. Routinely, these foundations are operated extremely well and meet the purposes of serving the institutions to which they are affiliated. However, there will be exceptions. The issues plaguing the DSU Foundation did not occur overnight. I have been dealing with these issues since assuming this position the summer of 2013, and they were old issues by then. I won't have time to enumerate all the issues, but I will highlight those that most directly brought us to the point at which we are today. When I assumed this office, the end of June 2013, the two most pressing issues appeared to be, first, the lack of an updated agreement between DSU and DSU Foundation, and secondly, the financial situation at the foundation was in fact dragging down the Composite Financial Index, the CFI, of DSU. At the end of my report, I'll talk a little more about the CFI and its impact on an institution in more detail. By June 30, 2013, DSU's CFI alone was 4.19. However, with the foundation calculated in, and that is how the Higher Learning Commission requires it, DSU's CFI was down to 1.18, and a CFI below 1.0 is a concern to the Higher Learning Commission. As an aside, based upon the most recent Dickinson State University Foundation financial information, the CFI may now be down to 0.79. It was at that time, during the summer of 2013, that President Costin raised his concerns to me about the handling of financial issues within the DSU Foundation. In September of 2013, Brady Martz and Associates provided a qualified opinion to DSU Foundation, citing inadequacies in its financial records and the auditor's inability to determine, quote, the proper amount and classification of unrestricted and temporary restricted net assets, unquote, of the foundation. In September and October 2013, 3 foundation board members resigned, and President Costin began holding meetings with the foundation board president on the qualified audit, DSU's CFI, and a new updated agreement, among other topics. By the second week in November 2013, General Sogsveen had come on board and became fully engaged in President Costin's concerns about the DSU Foundation. Through November and December, General Sogsveen participated in numerous conversations with the Foundation Board President and President Costin to find common grounds to begin working on President Costin's concerns. In March 2014, General Sogsveen and I met with the Foundation Board President and the Executive Director. At that meeting, we conveyed again our concerns about the lack of a new updated agreement, DSU's CFI, the qualified audit, and the lack of open communications between the university and the foundation. In June 2014, President Costin presented to me compelling, solid evidence about his concerns with the financial activities of the foundation. At that point, we invoked Board Policy 340.2, paragraph 5, that states, quote, the Chancellor shall take reasonable and appropriate action responding to such reports. We then decided to proceed with an independent, focused review of the DSU Foundation. For that review, we secured the services of Ide Bailey. It was at this time that I began notifying the Board Audit Committee of developments related to the DSU Foundation. The first phase of the review was accomplished in August 2014, and we received the report in September of 2014. The review report, still in draft form awaiting management responses to its findings, indicated the appearance of significant accounting irregularities. Just a couple of days after receiving this report, General Sogsveen and I met with Foundation Board members and expressed our continued concerns, now substantiated by an independent review. On September 30th, 2014, we received information that the current audit as the 2013 audit would likely once again be qualified because of the state of the records. Auditors were finding it impossible to determine the status of certain restricted funds. Then on October 1, 2014, an arbitrator ruled against the foundation and its associates for approximately $1.5 million on an issue involving a former contractor and business partner on the Hawks Point facility and other joint interests. Hawks Point is a retirement community on the DSU campus owned by investors, with the foundation holding a 6% interest in the investment. On October 9, 2014, I sent a letter to the DSU Foundation requiring 8 action steps to be taken to, quote, move us in the right directions toward a sustainable, productive relationship between DSUF and DSU. On that same day, the long-serving executive director resigned. On October 28, 2014, a judgment was filed pursuant to the arbitration ruling. Over the next weekend, the board president resigned. The next week, General Sogsveen met with the Attorney General's office on possible legal actions to secure and stabilize the foundation assets. Those meetings resulted in our November 12, 2014 meeting with the Executive Committee of the DSU Foundation, at which the Attorney General informed the foundation that he would be filing a motion for a judge to appoint a receiver. 2 issues that I know all stakeholders are interested in. 1, how does this affect DSU's accreditation? And 2, what is the future of DSU Foundation and its current assets? First, DSU has worked tirelessly to put behind it any residual liabilities related to the accreditation issues of the past. And this, what we're dealing with today, is a very different issue. First, because it's financial, but mostly because it's reflective of an issue with an affiliated organization, not the university. Since 2006, the CFI of an institution is calculated each year and reported to the Higher Learning Commission. Under established rules, a worst-case scenario is that when an institution has reported an unacceptable CFI, in some cases for 2 years running, then the Higher Learning Commission's Financial Review Panel determines appropriate steps to monitor the institution's financial health. Under no situation is this tied to concerns about the academic program of an institution. And in our present case, it's really about the affiliated organization, DSU Foundation. A review panel would immediately recognize the problem, which is being dealt with very aggressively by the institution, the university system, and the state through the Attorney General's office. The bad news here is that DSU could be dragged back into a Higher Learning Commission process by no fault of its own. The good news is that this is not reflective of DSU or its wonderful programs. Students and prospective students and their parents may rest easy knowing that DSU continues to deliver a fully accredited, excellent education. And to the second question, the future of the DSU Foundation. The very reason we began our conversations with the Attorney General's office was to protect DSU Foundation assets, get the foundation back on solid ground, and protect the wishes of its wonderful and generous donors. In the end, as the foundation works its way through this legal righting of the ship, donors should be able to regain confidence that the excellent work for which this foundation was established will continue. A receivership will settle things down and restore the foundation on solid grounds. While there is currently a rough patch through which the foundation is traversing, rest assured that in the end there will be, once again, confidence and good works. And that's my report, unless there are any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Scogan. Questions? Okay. DC, did you want to address the board at all? Are you good? Okay. Thank you. All right. Item number 12 is the president's report, and I think that during our, the president's reports, and I think that during our self-assessment, we heard that we need to change this in some way to make it a more valuable moment for the president to talk with the board, but we won't change that today. So I think we will maybe start Who would like to begin? Dr. Gross, maybe you're at the end there, I thought. No.
I'd like to report that we have made some headways with the North Dakota Challenge Fund. Initially, we intended to use the match money to restore one of our historic buildings on campus, Old Main. That campaign wasn't going very well, so we kind of switched horses in the middle of the stream and now are trying to raise match money for academic scholarships. And I'm pleased to say that we had $1.5 million gift just recently, for which the match from the Challenge Fund was $270,000, and altogether we have matched about $700,000, or have accumulated about $700,000, for which the match is approximately $400,000. So it's going well, and we have prospects for the future as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Board Chair and board members. You hear me? Okay. I'm going to piggyback a little bit on what President Richmond did last time. Has some good data. And we just did our survey of our graduates from 2013 and 14, and we found that 81% of our graduates stayed in North Dakota. We don't have 81% of our graduates from North Dakota, which means, do we retain and attract some outside students and build the workforce? And the answer is yes. On the 5-year average, more than 80% of our teacher ed graduates stayed in the state, and 78% of our non-teaching graduates stayed in the state. And that's during our last 10-year period, where we did have a 99% satisfactory placement rate. Satisfactory, of course, is you got a job in the field you were trained for. We're never going to hit 100%. Some go to graduate school and do those things, but we're very happy with 99%. And it occurred to me, as we celebrate our 125th year of a campus, if you take those kind of statistics over 125 years, it's kind of hard to realize how many graduates a campus places back into its area. But I can, whenever I wear my Mayville State shirt and travel to all these communities in the region, people stop me continuously and tell me about their life since Mayville State and their friends and all their family and whatever. So these people stay in the state, they have homes here, they raise their families here, they pay taxes here, and I think that's a good investment. So I think we all should report on those now and then, because sometimes we hear kind of the contrary, or they're wondering about those things in the paper in the private sector. But we have success stories all up and down the higher ed system. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, I'd be interested in what percentage of out-of-state students do each of the schools have? Gary, what at Mayville?
I would say 35%, maybe sometimes 40%, but you have to understand we're right by the border. So the Minnesota people next to us, they're out-of-state students, but they're our friends and neighbors, so it's still significant when you're putting 81% back into the state.
Ken, how about out-of-state percentage? Didn't mean to interrupt you.
I'm sorry.
What percentage of your students are out of state?
About
roughly?
50, year in and year out, about 55 to 60%.
Wow.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity. Your question, Board Member Morton, how many of our students are from out of state, or how many of our graduates stay in state?
No, how many do you attract from out of state? What percentage of your student body is out of state?
Traditionally 30%. Two other points to report on today for your benefit. After 12 weeks of instruction, our retention rate remains above 98%. We're optimistic that we will be able to hold that through the transition from first semester to second semester, but that's obviously going to be the next big threshold of time when students typically leave. The second one I'd like to report on, as Ken reported on the challenge grant. At this week's challenge grant meeting, we submitted 8 projects that were approved. That brings our total list of projects to 23 that we submitted. Our foundation has generated $2 million of private funds to be matched against the $1 million of match that we were allowed from the state. So we've completed our part of our challenge grant. We look forward to the pool money being available at some future date. So that would complete my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Board Member Morton, your question, I actually just did a presentation on this. We're at Minot State is 66% North Dakotan as of this fall, so basically 2/3 North Dakota residents, 1/3 out of state at Minot State. Just a couple of quick points. Thank you for the opportunity. Yesterday, there was a press release actually that went out from the system office, but yesterday was the college application test pilot program in the state of North Dakota. It was at the Magic City campus yesterday and at Minot High School, and we had several of our folks over there from admissions and financial aid from the Minot State office, but this was obviously a North Dakota University system effort in conjunction with DPI and with Minot High and the Bank of North Dakota and a number of others, but by all accounts it was very successful. I got a report back from our folks that were over at the high school yesterday morning, and it had been a very successful effort, and again, this was a test pilot for this year with the idea of next year rolling this out across the state, and really the idea is to attract and help more first generation and high school seniors and junior high school seniors in particular look at their career options and their college and university options by getting more students to apply. So it was a good effort yesterday, and kudos to the system office and everybody who was involved with that effort. Just want to give two public words of congratulations as well. Last week we had our Native American Cultural Week, Awareness Week on campus, and the week before that was our Veterans Awareness Week at Minot State, and the folks in those offices, in our Native American office and our Veterans office, really did a bang-up job and had a whole week-long series of events in both of those weeks and did a great job on campus. One other item just to bring your attention to, in February, we were speaking a little earlier about accreditation. In February, this upcoming February, Minot State, our business program will have its accreditation visit. We're accredited through the International Assembly for Collegiate Business Education, IACBE, and that accreditation visit will occur in February, and we've been obviously making all the plans and preparations, getting ready for that, and we feel fairly comfortable with that upcoming visit, but that'll be on our horizon here in February. So again, thanks for the opportunity.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, take a slightly different tack here for the University of North Dakota. I've felt for a long time that the distinction of a research university has to do with the achievements of students, faculty, and staff, so let me just, in the last couple of weeks, recount some of our recent achievements in this group. Just learned actually last evening that a group of our mechanical engineering students have taken first place in the 2014 Student Design Competition Finals at the American Society for Mechanical Engineering International Engineering Congress in Montreal. I understand that they designed and flew a very dynamic test course for what is called a quadcopter. It's a UAV that is remotely controlled. These students were Alex Hyde, Dan Smith, Chris Burseth, Scott McDaniel, and Eric Glasser. Pleased to announce that the Tech Accelerator, one of our companies in that facility, is making progress with avian antibody-based vaccine development. Very encouraging as this group of students and faculty move their programs forward. 3 of our students in the aerospace program just completed a 30-day technical development mission in our Mars Lunar Lander simulator, part of the NASA Space Grant activities. In arts and sciences, on the more humanities and performing arts side, if you are looking for something to do in Grand Forks in the next several days, the theater arts production of Stephen Sondheim's Into the Woods is outstanding. Marcia and I saw it just the other evening. On behalf of the School of Business and Public Administration, we just finished the Olafson Ethics Symposium. The keynoter for that symposium was Jordan Casalaw, a very well-known public broadcaster, social entrepreneur. And our alumni student body that had progressed into the alumni status, Mark Fox. Congratulations. He is a class of '93, just elected chairman of the 3 affiliated tribes. The latest completed September log for research income is about $12 million for that reporting period. And the name and logo process task force has now had input from about 5,000 people on developing the process that the university will use for taking the name and logo forward. I want to publicly thank that group. It's a publicly oriented group that is being as inclusive as possible in planning the process that the university will use for its next name and logo.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I was just going to say that President Kelly just returned from Albuquerque, where he was recognized nationally for his work in student affairs. So congratulations, President Kelly.
Going back to Mr. Morton's question, about 53% of our students are out-of-state students, and more than that stay within the state of North Dakota, which I think is the more pertinent question given our job vacancy rate. More than half stay in-state, and I suspect that's gauged by residents. So if we drew a circle around Moorhead, I suspect, I don't have any facts on this, we'd probably jump up to more about 70% of those out-of-state students who are staying in-state. As you may know, North Dakota State now yields the most full-time students who are North Dakota high school graduates, and we also yield the greatest number of full-time students from out of state. Again, going to the job vacancy rate, that's obviously very important, and I think increasingly being recognized by state leaders that we need more young people, and North Dakota doesn't have the capacity to produce them, so those out-of-state students and keeping them in state is going to become exceptionally important.
Thank you. Just to be clear, in my opinion, attracting out-of-state students is something very positive for our state. And I know some legislators don't agree with that, but I think it's very positive.
Well, and I'd want to reaffirm that, Mr. Morton. When I first got here 5 years ago, I heard nothing but concerns for the number of out-of-state students. Now I'm hearing a much stronger voice, absolutely ubiquitous across business leaders, that we desperately need more out-of-state students. And I would argue as an economist that's almost inarguable that we need those young people moving to our state. And if higher education is what lures them, all the better. As far as campus updates, I'm very comfortable, although this has not received absolute confirmation, but our research productivity is at about $150 million for the last NSF report. With the exception of Montana State, that would be approaching double of all the research universities in North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Idaho, and Montana, really bucking national trends. As you know, with the withdrawal of federal funding and other financial challenges, most research universities are not going up, they're going down, or at best trying to hold steady. In fact, our current research productivity is running about 13% ahead of that $150 million in research productivity, which almost defies description of how we're doing that in the current economic environment, but is certainly something very exciting for the entire state of North Dakota. And then, of course, this Saturday, our football team will be taking hitting the launch pad, if you will, to potentially making NCAA history as they proceed, hopefully, toward a fourth national championship. That's never been done 4 in a row by any Division I program in the nation. And again, very exciting opportunity to draw very positive attention to our entire state. That concludes my report. Thank you.
In answer to the same question everyone's been addressing, the out-of-state enrollment at Dickinson State would typically be about 40%, with a high proportion from eastern Montana and northwestern South Dakota and northeastern Wyoming. Our most recent data indicate that more than 75% of those students who graduate become employed in North Dakota, with about 94% of that 75% being in the oil-impacted counties. We also have a significant number who are just across the border in eastern Montana, effectively working in those same economies. So that'd be a bit of a piece on that.
Thank you.
All of you received the update I sent you about the recognition of the CPA experience by the American Institute of CPAs. Many of you, when the board meeting was held in April in Dickinson, took advantage of my invitation and walked up to see that. That for an institution like us, that was a very significant recognition. Something else that's occurring, and it's very much in the vein of what is right as well as your strategic plan. We have been having very intensive conversations with Bismarck State College about bringing more workforce development education and training to Dickinson, and just finalizing things so that beginning about February, there will be significant amounts of that occurring, most of that utilizing facilities at Dickinson State, with Bismarck State overseeing and running those programs. The final thing I would point out to you, and particularly in view of the letter that just came from HLC as well as the report the Chancellor just gave, unless I'm mistaken, Dickinson State is the first institution that will be facing a 10-year accreditation by the Higher Learning Commission. We will be, the review team will be on campus the first week of March of 2015. The comprehensive report is already into them. We have been, the issues that the Chancellor addressed, certainly we've been keeping the Higher Learning Commission fully abreast of those developments. And I would suspect that as part of that visit, there will be questions of us certainly related to those two items, and I would suspect that a number of you as board members will be talked with about those issues as well. So that is certainly on our minds of getting that 10-year accreditation visit, and hopefully with a very positive outcome.
Madam Chair and board members, I'm not a really familiar face here. My name is Drake Carter, and I'm the Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs at Bismarck State College, filling in today for Interim President Clark, who's recovering from knee surgery. He would do almost anything, obviously, to put me into this position. I'm not nearly as polished as all of my presidential colleagues, and I feel somewhat ill at ease. In answer to Mr. Morton's question, at Bismarck State, I believe that on a typical semester, we have between 75 and 85% of our students from in-state and between 15 and 25% from out of state. It varies somewhat, and while we're proud of the fact that we serve students almost always from all 50 states, we don't serve large numbers of them. But we may change that with a little bit of luck. I see the chancellors, watching this very carefully. On a somewhat different note, most recently recognizing that binge drinking continues to be a problem among college students, not only in North Dakota, but across the nation, Bismarck State College brought in a theater company from Leeds, England, by the name of the Paper Birds. They performed and held workshops at BSC on November 5 through 7. They're specialists in devised theater, and their performance, Thirsty, explores the binge drinking culture gripping the United Kingdom, as well as what we see here. BSC wanted to address this issue by starting a discussion about binge drinking and why it's done and how to prevent its harmful effects. On a somewhat different note, our nursing program held a scrub camp November 11th to help children ages 7 through 12 learn more about the profession of nursing. You know that nursing continues to be a significant need in North Dakota, and even though there are many programs in the state, we still need to attract and train really highly qualified nurses. And then finally, an in-depth look at North Dakota's energy resources has been added to the North Dakota Studies curriculum for 4th graders and 8th graders. This curriculum, titled Energy Powered by North Dakota, is web-based and was developed through a partnership between BSC's Great Plains Energy Corridor and the North Dakota Empower Commission, of course working with Department of Public Instruction. Thank you.
Well, in response to Mr. Morton's question about out-of-state students at Valley City, this particular year, this particular term, about 40% of our students come from out of state. That's a little bit more than we have had in the past. So we seem to be moving a little bit more towards a larger number of out-of-state students on our campus. I wanted to report briefly on 2 facility updates on our campus. Since you were on campus just last month, we have taken down a building. Thank you very much for helping us take that building down. There's still some rubble there, but it's almost all gone. And It has added a lot of light to the campus, and it will also make the whole campus just look much more attractive. So thank you for that. We've also started work on Bankstead Auditorium and Classroom Building. Unfortunately, we found asbestos on the walls, so there's been considerable time and effort spent on asbestos abatement, but the project is moving forward. Thank you once again for your support of that. Next month, Dr. Mason will be starting at Valley City State on December 15th. She has made that date official. We're very much looking forward to her joining us on campus. And so I believe this makes this meeting my last official state board meeting as interim president of Valley City State. And I once again want to thank you for the opportunity. It's been a very good learning experience for me. Thank you.
And thank you for stepping in and doing that for us. Dr. Darling.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'll be extremely brief. Lake Region State College for the first time delivered its Peace Officer Training Program to the city of Bismarck, and those students will be completing the program and graduating next week. And I know that the law enforcement community is excited about it and is already talking about how many we're going to produce for them next year. In response to the question regarding number of North Dakota residents versus non-residents, traditionally we have 85% of our students from North Dakota, 15% other states and other countries, and in my 27 years there, it's always been in that range, so it's pretty consistent. Most of the non-resident students are from Minnesota and Manitoba. So with that, I will stop. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
And I do want to acknowledge Dr. Darling recently lost his father, and condolences to you and your family from all of us.
Yes, thank you. Okay, NDSU has provided a lunch. We will take a recess now and then come back and finish this board material. Okay.
Were you surprised?
Okay, well, welcome back. And thank you, Dr. Bashani, for the lunch. Greatly appreciated. We are at item number 13. However, I would like to move that just to, maybe after 16, because Connor is taking a quiz, I believe. And I think that he should take his quiz and then come back and address the board. He could have somebody else do it for him, but he has some interesting information for us, and so I'd rather have it come from Connor.
Careful how you word that.
Oh, what did I say?
He's taking a quiz, but he could have somebody else do it for him. You might not appreciate it. I volunteered. Careful how you put the minutes on that.
Yeah, not take the quiz for him. That's very... Communication. It's always an issue. All right. I think so. We will go to the Council of College Faculties. Fernando, please.
All right. Is this working? Yes. All right. Madam Chair, board members, we'll do a little bit of impromptu comments here. First, I think on behalf of the Council of College Faculties, I would like to extend our congratulations for getting the citizens of North Dakota to speak loudly in support of our current system of governance. I think the defeat of Measure 3 combined with the emergence of the 5-year plan creates an atmosphere for faculty to be very positive and optimistic about doing their work. And and there are two topics I want to bring today. One is the All Faculty Conference, which is still, we're still working on this. And we want to align the topics of the faculty conference with the goals of the 5-year plan. And we want to show how faculty can bring their ideas and creativity to help maximize the strengths of a unified system. Indeed, the subject of the original subject of the conference was indeed collaboration, system collaboration. So we are definitely all for the goal, and we have put a task force in place to solidify the agenda, and we should be bringing this to you probably by the January meeting. And that brings me to my second point, which is in January we will be holding our yearly face-to-face meeting in conjunction with this meeting. So in January you will have an opportunity to meet the members of the Council of College Faculties who will attend the meeting in Bismarck on January 29th. So I'm looking forward to the opportunity to meet them myself, and I hope you do too. The only other point that I have is I want to specifically thank Board Member Helmstad for suggesting that perhaps the faculty member on the board should have a vote on the chancellor's search. I think that's an excellent idea, and I really welcome that suggestion. Other than that, that's all I have today, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Did you say that the council will be in Bismarck at that time? So we will actually interact with some of the faculty members?
Yes,
okay.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Is it possible? I don't know if we can have a social or something. Would they be invited to the social, or are they always anyway? Or, I don't know how much money we have, but it'd be nice to be able to interact with them.
It will be on the day of the meeting of the state board meeting on January 29th.
I missed that.
So if it's-
Yes.
Yeah, we can work out something.
Yeah, if we are going down the night before.
Of course,
perhaps,
we
if
don't
you-
have a set agenda. If you would like
Okay.
to meet with us, anyone, of course, you're more than welcome. And
I
your
would like
idea
to
of
do
a
that.
social, I think, is excellent, and we really
Okay.
appreciate it.
Okay,
Yes.
Let's look into that.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Drum roll, please. Here comes Connor. We just bumped you one, Connor, so if you're ready, you can come on up, or I can give you a second, and we could listen to the staff Senate report. Maybe we'll do that, Emma.
Board Chair Diederich, members of the board, I have just a few brief comments for today. We met this Monday, and we are currently accepting nominations for our staff advisor to the State Board of Higher Ed, with elections to be held in January. I also want to echo what Ferdinand said. Thank you for including our staff advisor on the Chancellor's Search Committee, and we welcome the conversation about including that person as a voting member of the search committee. With that, I don't have anything else, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Board members, any questions? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Connor, please address the board for the North Dakota Student Association report.
How was your test, Connor?
It was good. My quiz went well. Apologize for missing my report time. I'm still a student, so I have to go do school things, so hopefully that went all right. The North Dakota Student Association, we haven't met since the last time we had a board meeting, but our meeting is this weekend here at NDSU. You're all invited to attend that. We will be meeting first starting on Friday. We will be meeting at the McGovern Alumni Center for 6 o'clock, starting with supper. A lot of what we're doing at our meeting this weekend is doing goal setting for the upcoming legislative session. So we'll be going over the plans we have there. I don't know if I put this in my previous report, but we have chosen a new lobbyist for our upcoming legislative session. Her name is Kelsey Klein. She is a sophomore at Bismarck State College, so we're excited to have her with us there. And I will be resigning my position with NDSA effective at the end of this fall semester, as I've taken a position at the state legislature where I won't be able to fulfill my obligations as NDSA president any longer. But that being said, Zach Niebuhr, he is a student at UND. He's currently our vice president of NDSA. He will be taking over as president, and we'll be electing a new vice president on Saturday this weekend. But that being said, I'll still continue to do my work as NDSA president up through December, and hopefully we can have a firm groundwork laying out going into the session and moving forward. I just kind of wanted to thank the members of the board and Chair Diederich for, as my time when I was elected, when I ran for NDSA president in March. It was the first election we'd had since the previous chancellor had gone, and we had a new interim chancellor, and so there was a lot of I'd say a lot of people were still kind of sour about things that had happened. So I think when I took over with the NDSA, kind of made it a goal to kind of bring things back down and settle them down a little bit again. So I believe we've been able to do that and to come to an atmosphere where we can all work better with one another and work together with you, members of the board, and with others in the university system to help bring about a better environment for our students. And again, I'd like to thank our State Board of Higher Education student member, Chris McEwen. I think he's been really, really instrumental in that. I don't know what we'd really do without him, and you guys really are really lucky to have him with you. So that is my report. This is my last time addressing the committee, and Zachary Niebuhr will be taking up the position next semester.
Okay, well, thank you, Connor, and I'm excited for your new position. However, you will be missed. Thank you for your dedication to higher education. Any other comments from board members?
We were looking for a new legislative liaison.
Well, yeah, and I think he's going to be fairly close to some pretty high-powered people in the legislature when he's there.
I'll still be around. I'm always a friend.
Always a friend of higher ed. Thank you.
And I just want to thank you, Connor, too, for regularly attending the board meetings and giving your reports and your feedback.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just, it kind of ties in with Connor's quiz, but I thought at this point in time I'd share something kind of humorous from a student that came during midterms. And I asked a student I know how it was going during midterms, and her reply was a quote back to me. She said, "College is easy. It's like riding a bike, except the bike is on fire, and you're on fire, and everything's on fire, and you're in hell." I thought that was pretty good for midterms. So.
I don't think he's far wrong.
No. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so, and you're in hell. All right, I think item 16, if I'm not mistaken, public comment. I've heard that we do have somebody in the audience today that would like to address the board.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members, for the opportunity. My name is Connie Triplett. I'm a state senator from District 18 in Grand Forks. I've served in the legislature since 2003, and during at least 3 of those sessions that I can recall, I've been privileged to serve on the Senate Select Committee on Confirmation of Appointments. So I've had the privilege of being able to interview some of you for your positions on this board, and I've actually made floor speeches for a couple of you when your appointments were confirmed by the Senate. I do pay fairly close attention to what you all do, and I was pleased to hear your conversation this morning about the need and the desire to improve communication with the legislature. I spoke against Measure 3 on the floor of the Senate in 2013, and I was pleased, as other people have said here today, when that measure was defeated in the recent general election. In my opinion, Measure 3 was flawed in many ways, not the least of which was the accreditation issue that Murray Sogsveen highlighted so well with his memorandum last summer. However, I'm here today because I just want to say that I think no one should be complacent about the vote. Measure 3, as I think you all are aware, was born of some fairly significant frustrations on the part of many legislators with many different aspects of the North Dakota University system. And even those of us who voted against Measure 3 being put on the ballot during the last session had concerns. We just didn't think that Measure 3 was the answer to those concerns. When I get to some specific issues in a couple minutes, I will be speaking only for myself as an individual legislator, but I believe that I might speak for a majority of the legislature when I say that the quality of the conversation between the Board of Higher Education and the legislature needs to improve. And it was heartening to hear you all say the same thing this morning. Measure 3 was not a great way to engage in a serious conversation between the legislature and the board, and that is on the legislature. But neither was it a great idea to hire a certain former chancellor with a very strong personality and then tell him that the legislature demanded radical action within months of his arrival, which I don't think that anyone on the current board was guilty of, but prior member or members of this board did that, because we in the legislature heard that from Chancellor Shervani on a number of occasions in legislative hearings, that his sort of instantaneous revisionist policymaking was done because we wanted it done that way, and that was not the case. I think gradual change and improvement in a system of this sort is always the way to go, and I appreciate the fact that you all have taken a step back and are working at making changes in a more thoughtful way this last couple of years. I visited with Grant Schaff just in passing a couple weeks ago. I think it was like immediately before the election. He expressed frustration to me that the legislative drafters of Measure 3 had not made any effort to speak with board members about potential ideas for improvement to the system before putting Measure 3 on the ballot. And I'm here today to say that I agree with Mr. Schaft. I think it is absolutely far past time that we begin a respectful, nuanced conversation between the legislature and the board about roles and expectations rather than lobbing metaphorical grenades at each other, which is kind of what has happened in the last few years. I've attended a couple of your recent meetings. I've watched a few of them live on your video stream, and I've read the minutes of many of your meetings. And I just want to say that I have a number of very positive comments to make about how things have been proceeding in these last several months. I want to commend the board specifically on what appears to be a serious effort to thoroughly review all of your policies. I know you're not yet finished with that process, but it seems the policies which have undergone recent review seem to me to be significant improvements. I could suggest a couple more that need work, but I think that you will eventually get to all of them, and so I'm not going to tell you how to do your work here today. You have had some really excellent discussions in the last couple of months around the concept of pathways to student success, which has been really heartwarming to see, since the idea of student success is really the point of why we all put in time and money into this process. Your attention on student admission standards, transferring credits across the system, student retention, remedial education, graduation rates, master planning for facilities, all good things in my mind. And finally, my last positive comment is it appears to me that you have at least begun to better define the chancellor's role, and I think that's absolutely essential going forward. And I do want to say that I think that Chancellor Skogan has done a remarkable job of rebuilding trust and a sense of confidence in the system during his rather brief tenure as the interim chancellor, so thank you for that. So that's the good news. There are some significant areas that still need work, and some of these will necessarily mean convincing the legislature to part with additional money. So again, the idea of building trust and a space for respectful communication between the board and the legislature is very important. One issue that I want to highlight is the idea of faculty pay. You know, the legislature has put an enormous amount of new money into higher education since the beginning of our oil boom in this state. And yet it feels to many people on the faculty who have communicated with me directly that it does not feel to them that the money is getting down to their level. Faculty pay is certainly better than it was a decade ago, but it is not good enough to retain the best and the brightest in the current vibrant economy that we are experiencing in North Dakota. And personally, I am a bit disappointed that as a board, it looks to me, and you can certainly tell me if I'm wrong, but it looks to me like you have abdicated any sense of responsibility for making the case to the legislature for increased faculty pay. It seems like that decision is being left to the governor, while the staff commits the board, commits an enormous amount of staff time toward furthering your administrative agenda. But if there has been an actual decision about not engaging the legislature on faculty pay, I guess I would encourage you to rethink that decision. My next point, you seem to have settled on a three-tier system of research universities, regional institutions, and two-year institutions, which I think has been quite helpful. The second and third of those categories are really pretty descriptive of the campuses within those categories, but it appears to me that the board has really not adequately defined for itself or for the legislature what it means to be a research university, and you have not adequately communicated that to the legislature. I think UND and NDSU both like to call themselves research institutions, and we all like it that we have things in the state that we can call research institutions, but I think there needs to be a significant additional amount of resources put toward faculty members if these two institutions are truly to become research institutions in the larger world, that the legislators and the board need to understand that that research doesn't just happen, that if faculty are going to engage in research, they need to be probably only half-time teachers, for example, and there needs to be more time allocated toward their ability to do research. And so I just, it appears to me that that case has not been made as well as it might have been. And then finally, my last point, it appears to me, after a close reading of your current policies, that the board really only feels responsible for the running of the system office and the enactment of kind of overall general policies. And not sure I should say this next sentence out loud with 11 institutional presidents sitting behind me, but leaving complete and total authority in the hands of institutional presidents, in my opinion, is no better than the opposite extreme of taking away most of their authority, as a certain former chancellor seemed intent on doing. I think there is a better balance that needs to be found between the board and university presidents. There's just a great example in the newspaper this morning about a policy that's going to be imposed at UND requiring freshmen to live in the campuses, or excuse me, freshmen mostly to live in the dormitories on UND's campus. This was news to me, although the paper said it's been in the works for 5 years. I don't know if it's something that you all have weighed in on or would intend to weigh in on, but these are adults we're talking about, 18-year-old adults. And the fact that there's some kind of national policy toward it, which someone has defined as best practice, doesn't impress me personally any more than one of my kids coming home saying everybody else has that toy would impress me. You know, I think there's a time and a place where we say what other people do really isn't the point. It's you know, we want to do the right thing. And you know, I just don't know that spending 5 years having meetings about whether or not freshmen should live on or off campus, and then to report to the public that it's only going to affect 50 or 100 people a year, is really a great use of taxpayer resources. That was just my impression on reading the newspaper this morning. And so you know, that's one example where, you know, if that's a policy you've left to the institution, there should be some process where a disgruntled student or parent could come to you and say, we don't like that policy. But reading your policy, your level of policies, I don't think that's a possibility. It's you know, your policy is to leave the running of the institutions completely to the individual presidents, and there appears to be no communication between anyone beneath the level of vice president, I guess, and your staff on policy making. And I think there needs to be, you need to have some better grasp of what's going on our campuses. Since I live in Grand Forks, I'm the most familiar with the University of North Dakota, of course, and because I'm a legislator, and I assume most other legislators get the same kind of phone calls, you know, I hear from faculty members occasionally, and I would have to say that I think that morale at UND right now is not great. It's really not. And you may not know that because you don't really get a chance to interact very much, and you don't seem to be looking for the opportunities to interact very much. So again, I heard you being invited to a faculty meeting later this year or into the new year. That's a good thing. So anyway, I just want to say that I think you've come a long way as a board in the last couple of years. I think that the communication between the legislature and the board has got to improve, and I hope that as we go forward that we can all do it in a more respectful way than has happened in the last couple of years. And I would be very happy to take questions or criticisms from you all if you have any.
Thank you. Any questions for the senator? Any comments? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody else for public comment? Okay. Moving on to board policy, we do not have any first readings, but we do have 17, 18, 19, and 20 agenda items which are second readings. First one is policy 805.3, application fees. Cynthia Goulet.
And Madam Chair, and excuse me, and members of the board, with policy 805.3, there have been no changes since the first reading. And if you've had an opportunity to glance at it, it has to do with two very minor changes, and the chancellor will no longer have the responsibility to oversee some small types of fees. Instead, the presidents will be given that responsibility at their campus level, and that's certainly a much better place for the particular type of fee that will be considered under policy 805.3 now.
Okay, thank you. Board members? Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Second.
I did
Mr.
have, I'm sorry, I did have a very brief question. So just as a clarification, would it actually require the signature of the president, or can the president then further, the institution president can then further delegate that down?
He would be able to further delegate that, yes.
Okay, that's my only question. I'm
Okay.
good.
Thank you, Christy.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Mr. Schaff?
Schaff votes yes.
Dr. Jelmstead?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Board Chair Diedrich.
Yes. Policy 611.2, intellectual property. We have Michael Moore here.
Madam Chair, member of the board, thank you for allowing me to come and talk to you today. This is the second reading. I know Vice President Kelly Rush provided the first iteration. With me today is Jason Jenkins, NDUS General Counsel, who has a specialty in intellectual property. I'm just going to make a couple of brief points. Over the summer, this committee, co-chaired by Vice President Rush and myself, met several times, both in Fargo and Grand Forks, to go over this committee with a fine-tooth comb. And I think what we came away with were some pretty important changes and updates. If you looked at the number of words, I think the number of words are probably the same. There was a lot of change, and so there was a lot of change in phraseology that actually improved the board policy, and I think that's the key point. So the policy has more detail and increased clarity. A substantial change was made to the floor for the percentage of royalties that would go to a faculty member or faculty group. That was raised from a floor of 30% in the previous policy up to 40%. The general thought there by the committee was that it's important to raise that percentage to increase the level of interest, participation, and compensation for faculty members. And I think that's a general feeling about the committee. This was something we talked about long and hard. So the floor is proposed to go from 30 to 40 for faculty. We spent a substantial amount of time in talking about student IP. There, the emphasis was on clarity, providing clarity to students. And I think there were student members of this committee, one from each research institution. And they were really front and center and a key part of that discussion. I think I'll stop there and take any questions that you might have, but I would hopefully see that you approve this policy, because I think it's a real good step in the right direction for not just the research universities, but for the entire system.
Thank you. Board members, do we have any comments, questions?
Madam Chair, this is Carrie. I would have a couple of comments.
Yes, Carrie.
Just a couple of things as I looked at this policy and others like it. One comment I had, or more of a question, is when we have individuals on campus who are not necessarily faculty members or employees, but they're, I guess we'll call them visitors. I don't know if there's, do we always have or do we always require a contract with them if they're engaged in research to assign those as work for hire, even though they are a contractor? I assume so, but that was a question that wasn't really addressed by policy. Another question point was something I raised at our last meeting on the definition of student IP, and I think it may make some sense, and this will play out over time. I know we talked about this being a work in progress, but just to clarify that student financial support doesn't include general student aid. I think it's just a little bit confusing. Also, I know the last note there on assignment of IP to foundations. I think that's common practice to allow foundations to really leverage that property, but I didn't see any requirement in there, and as foundations are a hot topic right now, any requirements those allocations of royalty continue once that IP has been assigned, and I think that would be, I guess maybe if I can get comment on it. The final note was just, we didn't talk about, and I raised this again last time, partnerships with private industries, and can we develop a policy that facilitates that by allowing our institutions more flexibility to negotiate with IP? I know, recently University of Minnesota and Penn State, I think, are two that have done this. And I don't know if the committee looked at that and ways that we could foster more research on campus.
Thank you, Carrie. Comment or?
Well, there's several questions in there, and I'll try to pick out a couple of them. The foundation piece, you're right, you want that as part of your policy. You want the flexibility to be able to assign to a university-affiliated foundation if the circumstances merit it. And that's managed pretty well with this update. The question about folks coming onto campus and agreements, I'm going to ask Jason maybe to provide a comment or two on that, because it's not clear to me that something like that is completely covered by system IP policy.
No, I think there's some value in having some inherent flexibility there, because every relationship is unique. Whether it's a sponsor of research, whether it's a regional business, some industry representative, every situation that might bring that person to campus is going to be a unique situation. And I don't know that through board policy or even institutional policy, we could give a whole lot of guidance or try to preordain the outcome of certain events there. I would actually want or think it would be in the institution's interests to have some flexibility so that we could entertain guests from various different places who may or may not be subject to their own types of policies. I think it's one of fostering a spirit of collaboration and cooperation. So again, a policy statement that would dictate that all visitors must assign their rights and resulting IP to the institution, it may be counterproductive actually. So again, leaving that inherent flexibility, because at the end of the day, as legal counsel for the institution, if somebody does want to come to campus and they do want to work out some of those things in advance through some type of an agreement, whether it's a non-disclosure agreement, a confidentiality agreement, an IP agreement, or even deferring until we have some sort of a sponsored research agreement, again, I think we have a pretty good track record of working well with those people and negotiating those agreements, and certainly from the university standpoint, from the looking out for the university's interests. So I don't know that that's something that you would either seek to address or really steer through policy.
You might do it locally, right? The University of North Dakota may have a policy statement towards that, but I'm not sure that belongs in the system policy.
Okay. Carrie, do you have any follow-up with that?
There was a couple more questions that I'm not sure we got all answered.
Well, just one was just a comment on what student financial support means, just to clarify that. And then the other one was just, do we do anything to address, and maybe just answer this now, is there anything that we could do in our policy to send a message to industry that we are open to looking at partnerships that would enable them to work with our institutions to develop IP? And maybe, based on the answer I just heard, it's better to left unsaid. But having seen some of the things other institutions are kind of doing and wondered, or other systems are doing, I wondered if that was something that we ever discussed.
Yeah, this is Mike. Let me address, I think, that latter point. Some universities have taken a very interesting approach. For example, Penn State has come out with a statement that they will not take ownership to any intellectual property that is created on campus. That's the 10,000-foot statement. The reality of that is if there's any federal money in the project, involved in developing the invention, they have to take title to the invention. That's one issue. Students and faculty inventors don't necessarily like that either. The real short answer to your question about those types of relationships, it's way too early to tell. The initial reaction from my interaction with colleagues at places like Penn State and the University of Minnesota who have done some interesting things is that it's too early to tell the type of impact, if any, it really has. But I think that's something we need to consider for the future. There's no reason we shouldn't.
And this is Jason, if I can add, and it dovetails well with my previous comments, the same approach we would take with a visiting scientist or a visiting a guest to campus, I believe we take with our research contracts. In my contract review role, I tend to think of us as having an open for business sign. We don't prejudge contracts, research contracts, sponsored research proposals before they arrive. We take a look at the merits of each agreement. Again, I'll just speak for myself. I don't view any of those contracts, again, as having been preordained or that I must adhere to a certain outcome or channel. I'm looking for the best possible result for our faculty, for our students, and our staff, and to have the benefit of that outside collaboration. So I think, again, it always pains me a little bit and frustrates me to hear representatives from industry say that we're hard to work with or we're not amenable to agreement, because I don't believe that to be the case. As the person on the ground negotiating the contracts, I don't apply that principle. That's not in my set of beliefs. So again, I think the open light is and should be on, and I would encourage any company that wants to do business with the University of North Dakota or any other institution, put forth your proposal and we'll take a look at it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Shaft.
Madam Chair, just a quick question. Why do we, or what is the benefit of having the minimum allocation policy at the system-wide level versus at the campus level?
Well, I think we want to, accommodate and encourage inventive activities, not just at NDSU and UND, the classic places. For example, you being in Grand Forks, you know that UND is already at 45%.
Mm-hmm.
That was done very strategically. When I came to campus 4 years ago, Dr. Murphy was part of those committees, and we talked long and hard about ways to stimulate activity. One of the ways to stimulate activity, be it at UND or at Minot State, for example, is to raise the return on investment. And I will tell you that we talk a lot about that percentage, but what's really important in IP is the impact that your inventions have on society. And let me give you a really good example. At a previous employer, we developed an AIDS drug, and it changed the paradigm by which patients were treated. Rather than taking handfuls of pills, that number shrunk down to 1 or 2 a day. Their quality of life improved dramatically. And those are the types of things that I keep emphasizing to faculty, and I would emphasize to anybody that talks to me about my profession, is that, yes, it's nice to have a nice return on investment financially. We like that. It helps, no question. But we got to remember that the impact is what we're really after. Getting back to your question, I drifted a little bit. I took some liberty there, but I think it's just to encourage. It's to encourage more inventive activities throughout the system, and I think that does it.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, any more questions, Carrie?
No, none for me. Thank you very much. That was good.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
All right, I don't know, do we have a motion already? Okay, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Mr. Schaff?
Schaff votes yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Dr. Jelmstad?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Board Chair Diedrich?
Yes. Item 19, policy 1912, records retention. Dr. Feldner?
Good afternoon. There's a few minor changes that legal had suggested in the document, and the first part is rather than saying agency supplemented agency-specific records retention schedule, it would be institution-specific, which makes more sense. And then the implementation date of March 1st, 2015. Since I wasn't here to introduce this at the last meeting, one of the reasons this is so very important is not just that records retention is important, but rather when you purge records is equally important, primarily for security reasons. Because we don't have a system-wide records retention and purging policy, there are many employees who don't know when they feel safe to delete records. And it becomes a security issue for IT people because they are now storing those records electronically. So this will give them the ability to put an expiration date on those records, and we can electronically purge them. In addition, we are going through a system-wide electronic imaging project called Image Now, where all of the campuses will be storing their records electronically, and we can automatically date those documents to auto-purge when appropriate. I mean, it will give them a reminder that these documents have aged out, but that is why this is so very important for security-wise and cost savings, as well as we know that storage is expensive. I think on the back portion, there is a bill draft that will be part of legislative management's recommendation in the 2015 session. So we are just being proactive in this case. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay. Thank you, Lisa. Any questions? Yes, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chancellor Fellner, does this take into account then various and sundry federal? I take it when you say supplement by institution-specific retention schedules maintained by individual institutions, there you're referring to things that only are governed by some other federal agency or some other institution, or are you saying that if the North Dakota University and College the general retention schedule, if an institution doesn't like that they can implement their own? I mean, I'm trying to get on the interpretation that becomes important.
Okay, so the main schedule, the colleges and universities' general records retention schedule, applies across the system for general records such as payroll, student records, those kinds of things that are common across the system. However, for instance, UND has a med school. They have very different, well, not different, but more specific requirements, HIPAA related and so on. So that would be an institution-specific additional record schedule that they would need, because the med school has different requirements for some records, that would be on an additional schedule that they would maintain.
Okay, well, because ultimately I'm going into the research realm.
Right.
DOD, DOE, NSF, NIH may all have slightly different
Same.
variations of
Right.
retention of records, and
so that would be the same.
this gives that flexibility. That's all I want to.
Correct. That's exactly what that does.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
We have a second. Ms. Terry.
Mr. Shaft?
Shaft votes yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Dr. Jelmstead?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Board Chair Diedrich?
Yes. All right, we have the one on resignation. Ms. Golay.
It's policy 23 over in the human resource policy section of our policies. And we're proposing to add a new part to it. On your handout or on the materials provided in the agenda, the new part is 23.2, and it's pretty straightforward. It says if you don't show up for work and you haven't made arrangements for your absence after 3 days, that will be deemed resignation. And this should clarify some of the dismissal process that would otherwise have to be implemented when we have a person who's just not showing up, so.
I'll second.
Okay, do we have any other discussion on that?
I'm just wondering, I'm wondering what's the impetus of this? Has there been an issue of people abandoning their post and we don't know how to go through the dismissal process? I haven't seen this type of a human resources provision before in the private sector, and I'm just wondering what brought this about?
What brought it about were actual predicaments involving this, and the matter was addressed within the Human Resources Council, which I'm sure you know is made up of representatives from throughout the institutions, and this is a problem, and it's particularly a problem for some of the institutions where there's high turnover rate. You know, people probably make a very impulsive decision to take the better paying job around the corner, and so that's the impetus for it.
Okay, and I would assume that it probably comes in a lot of positions, like you say, that have high turnover rate, and sometimes some of the support staff positions. And what you're saying is, under the old policy, you had to go through the usual formal hoops of ensuring that this person is actually gone and dismissed from the institution, wrapping all of that up, where here there's just a presumption then after the 3 days in the notice that there's been a resignation, and then that line of thinking goes through.
Yes.
Okay.
And as you'll notice, there is an appeal process in there
Right.
too, procedure in case of some health issue of some type or. Okay.
If there's some, you know, reasonable basis for the sudden and unexpected and unexplained absence, yes.
Okay. All right. Do we have a motion to approve?
Point of
We
order,
do.
he moved.
Oh, we
We
already
have
did
it.
that? Okay, sorry.
Dr. Gelmstead?
Yes.
Mr. McEwen?
Yes.
Ms. Reichert?
Yes.
Dr. Melliker?
Yes.
Mr. Morton?
Yes.
Mr. Schaaf?
Schaaf votes yes.
Board Chair Diedrich?
Yes. And policies under review. 340.2 on foundations. Do we need to discuss that, or is this just one we know that we're reviewing? Okay, I like that. All right. Board discussion concerning assessment of the meeting and the potential future agenda items. We did this last time, and I think we will continue to end the meetings with this discussion. It's open mic.
Very much like the agenda changes. And I like the way you can toggle your way through to the background on the summary sheets and with the summary of proposed action. And it just has made it much easier for me to assimilate all the information. So continue with that.
And one caveat, Madam Chair, is, and it's possible I'm just using my computer wrong, but when we come to policy, board policy, a couple of the summaries didn't have the actual red line of the policy. And I think because that doesn't take a lot of space, but I'd still like to see the red line of the policy, because at least you'll have the full policy in front of you. And maybe, is it just me? Okay. Okay.
I think it would be nice to have it.
Yeah, because I was wondering about
available.
that too. I actually went to the October agenda to actually look at the red line.
Got to go through a bunch of hoops to get it otherwise.
Okay. Anything else? Future agenda items?
I think we might have a full agenda
Yeah,
coming
we
up.
have, and it doesn't have to be just for the next meeting, but I think something
Yeah.
that you see down the line that you're going to want to talk about. So,
I think it's important to talk about the retention and the graduation rates, and to spend some time talking about what sort of issues and what sort of ways we can change those and improve those.
Murphy?
I'm sure there's some strategies already being already implemented on campus that would be nice to just have an awareness
right?
And it's part of the strategic plan, too. I think that they're working on that, but
I would really like to hear from Provost regarding the information we saw last meeting about the analytics approach. And Tom presented that, and it was extremely exciting. I'd like to hear, not necessarily the next couple meetings, but maybe on out in March, where that has gone, and have a perhaps a bit more robust discussion about how do we transfer analytics into the people part to really work with students, and how effective is the analytics in enabling that process to occur. Because that goes right to the retention, and ultimately the graduation rates are both tied to that process.
Madam Chair, this is kind of a back to basics, but I think once we get into January in the session, it might be helpful for the board for us to just to have a little refresher civics lesson. Perhaps Murray could do it, how a bill becomes law, so to speak. But what's going to happen with the board is there's going to be a lot of discussion as to where things are moving, through which chamber, conference committees, all that goes with the process. And, I think it's just helpful for board members just to maybe have a overall reminder of how that process works, how our budget works through the process, and ultimately becomes law.
I agree, and also maybe a little training on how to use that website, because, I've been in there, the nd.gov, trying to follow the session and the bills, and I get a little lost, but that might just be me, so.
It'd be interesting to see a follow-up, now that we passed the high-performance computing resources thing, to see how that interacts with NDUS policy and see what we can do as a board to maybe encourage some of the, especially collaboration between institutions, knowing what the institutions are already doing and how we can continue to move this forward.
And I think, Carrie, did you want to add anything?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Did I?
As far as for agenda items, if there was, in the future, we'll probably be discussing foundations in a little more detail. We've got the policy coming forward, but I think that's going to be an agenda item from here on out.
Right,
I missed what.
What was that, Carrie?
Oh, I said that was the one I raised, but I did see that policy.
Okay, all right.
I missed what Mr. McEwen said. I was writing while you were talking about what you would like to see on the agenda.
Oh, sure. Well, we passed the high-performance computing resources, and at the bottom it said regarding NDUS policies that would be looked into once, provided it was approved.
Okay.
So and that was based on the summary sheet that was submitted.
Right.
So I'd be curious to see what the follow-up of that would be.
Okay.
Okay, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. Great meeting.